brand new molds for you that you are going to absolutely adore. Now, Zuri is new to us here at Hochanda. Now, it's not widely available at all in the UK, so we are very, very excited to have them. Now, look at these beautiful samples. Let's take a little look at these. They are absolutely fantastic. I have got my mic on, haven't I? I'm getting panicky. Right, look at these. Nice. Look at the phoenix. It's awesome. And then there's an amazing, amazing owl that we've got for you. Look, here's another one. Can I just say a big thank you, obviously, to Catherine, who's going to be doing the show, but also to Joe Channon. Glad you're feeling better. And the lovely Mark, who've also been doing these gorgeous samples. Aren't they amazing? Look at this. He's so cool. Okay, Meg is telling me already we are getting super busy for these molds. Like I said, Zuri, brand new company, not widely available, and I just think you are going to absolutely love them. Right, so let's have a look at what we have got with these molds. There's more samples to show you too, because I mean, like I said, guys have done amazingly fantastic on these samples. Now, on the top row, you have got your first two options of this fantastic owl tails, or the butterfly dance, right? So you've got either of those two. They're under one item number, which is 153927, and they're $19.99 each. Now, underneath this, we've got the other three options under a different item number. Each option here, look at these. I mean, aren't they gorgeous? Is $18.99, and it's 635853. So you've got the horse. I love the names. The Swan Dream, and then the Rising Phoenix. Doesn't that remind you of a certain wizarding film or whatever? Also, just to say, quick mention that we have got our Easter extra flexi. Had to remember what that was called. Your flexi buy basket is going to go from £60 to £30 for this event, which is so cool. So just so you know. Now, you can get the complete collection at £88.95, which most of you are going for. You can also spread the cost. That's another thing that we've done with FlexiBuy. We've popped it to 3 payments, £29.65, 953787. Core, we're already over a quarter of the complete collection gone. Amazing. So remember, we have got, oh yes, I must just tell you this, everything's dispatched from the 20th of April, not too long to wait. But now, without further ado, I'm going to leg it, social distancing and all that. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
She's ready. Go!
Run, Alex, run! Run! Oh, I'm so excited about this. I really, really am. And, you know, I've got to say, Sophie, I hope you're watching. Zuri, it's a company from the United States, brand new. I'll just tell you a little bit about the company itself. Run by Sophie and her husband. I think a friend has been drafted in to help now as well, because they're still holding down other jobs as well. But we've got something very, very special here. Now, before I go any further into the demonstrations, I want to tell you a little bit about the moulds as well. They are absolutely extraordinary. The quality is exceptional. They're food grade. They will withstand heat and cold. You can actually bake your polymer clay in the oven inside the mould if you want to do that. You can take your clay out of the mould. We've got various different clays to work with. We've got air drying, we've got air dry polymer, we've also got the polymer that you bake as well. Now, the samples have been made using different clays, and I will talk to you about the different clays as we go through. But what I can say is, anybody that's going for these, you are not going to be disappointed, not at all. It's an absolute pleasure for me to be doing this as well, I've got to tell you. So, shall we get into demo? Can we do that? Just details on the screen, just a reminder there about the complete collection, because I know it's busy already. We have got those 3 flexi payments, $29.65. You're making a saving there. I'm not surprised most of you are going for the full collection, because how can you choose? There is just one thing I want to just point out a little bit more, if I can, because I know Elvin, our wonderful horse, is not just any old horse. Just have a look at the detail in this one. Look at the top of the horse's head. Look at the mane. It's a mystical creature. Isn't that fantastic? It really, really is. The detail in these moulds is absolutely incredible. Now we do have another show at 11 o'clock, but I want to get into demo as quickly as possible so we can tell you more about these moulds and the clays that we're going to use as well. If we're all right to do that, phone lines are busy. Do go to the website if you can. That's the quickest and the easiest way to shop. There we go. Right, okay. Now we do have queues, as I say, on the phone line, so if you can get to the website, that is the quickest and easiest way, but it's entirely up to you. If you want to hang on there, we will get you on the phone lines as well. Demonstration time. Right, okay. Now the moulds themselves, you've probably noticed, are a lovely dark blue colour. That doesn't matter what colour they are, it's the quality that counts and the detail that's in there. They're very, very sturdy, but when I say that, very flexible as well. These are made to last. Look at the thickness of the moulds. There's nothing flimsy about these at all. Now I'm working to start with air dry clay, which we do have on the show. We do have the Hearty Soft. Now I'm just going to, I know a lot of you have seen me work with clay in the past many a time, but for anybody new to this, I'm just going to talk you through the use of the clay and how to deal with it initially. So when you take it from the pack, give it a stretch because there's moisture in there. And you want to really, it makes it smoother. It's quite fibrous when you first take it from the pack, but if you give it a bit of a stretch, you'll see it becomes more malleable. Now another thing about the clay is as well, you will find that some clay packs seem a little bit wetter than others, and when you stretch it, it releases that moisture and it becomes a little bit more sticky, so to speak. It doesn't leave a residue on your hands and it doesn't feel sticky in itself, but what I mean is if I take two pieces there and put them together, can you see how they just hold? So you don't need any glues at all. So my top tip if using the air dry clay is to allow that clay to dry a little bit before you put it in your mould, especially when you've got fine detail. Now you can of course get the Hearty clay on the show. We've got a twin pack available for you, so that's 400 grams in total. There's 200 in each pack. 400 grams of the air dry clay for just £17.99. Item number 040721. Now all I've done there is just roll that out a little bit with a rolling pin, just to show you this is what I do when I get my clay ready. That allows the surface to dry out a little bit, give it a flip over, leave it just for a few minutes. You don't need to leave it a long time, and that will just dry out the surface a little bit. Another good tip is to use some corn flour, or if you're in the US, cornstarch, into the mould because it will help release the clay. Now I will be honest, when I'm at home I tend not to do this. I just prefer the clay to dry a little bit more, but when we're here in the studio then it's nice, you know, to give you all the tips that we can do. Now I'm going with the air dry clay, and because we've got fine detail, and I'm working with the Phoenix here, which is absolutely gorgeous, there's very fine detail. There's little claws there, there's the neck on the Phoenix, there's the beak, so we're talking about small areas. So what I tend to do is kind of roll the clay a little bit and then push it in gradually. You could go with a big blob and kind of just disperse it around, but I find it easier if I shape it a little bit. And don't worry about going in separate pieces. You don't have to go in with one full piece. Just make sure you spend a bit of time really pushing this into the mould. Now if it was a nice circular shape or something like that, it would take less time to feed the clay in, but I'm saying to you for your own purpose here, for the best results, spend a bit of time really making sure that you push this clay into the moulds properly. You can use a tool if you want. I'm not. I'm just going to use my fingertips simply because I want everybody to see that they can achieve this. If I start bringing out tools that we haven't got available and using those, then some of you may think, well, do I need that? No, you don't. You could use things like the end of a paintbrush if you wanted to, just the round end of a paintbrush, just to help push in if you want. I'm sure everybody's got paintbrushes, but we want to just make sure that we fill this mould nicely to the top. I am going to use a rolling pin to go over the top. It's not essential, but it does ensure that the clay will pick up all of the details that it possibly can. Now I'm just paying particular attention to the wings there. Can you see in that fine detail where the feathers are in the wings? I want to make sure the clay goes right in there. Now I can tell just by pressing here that I've got one or two little delves where it's not built up quite enough, so I can go back in with a little bit more clay. And at this point I'm going to start going over the top. Now you can see then, I've done this on purpose so you can see, if I go over the top there, can you see it's not touching that? That's because there's still a delve there. So if you've got a rolling pin, use it. Make sure that you fill up the mould, because it will make sure that all the detail is then picked up. Let's just go over the top again. So can you see what's happening now? You can see it's starting to go over the edge where the excess clay is. So where you've got that, just use a thumb or a finger just to sort of smooth that away, because you want that nice, neat outline. You don't want anything overhanging. So I'm just going to keep pushing that down, just neatening that up as I go. I'm just going to go with a little bit more clay down here as well. And then we're ready to take this out of the mould. Right, now at home you've got more time. I'm going to make this do. I could go a little bit further, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to go with that, make sure that's all pushed down, and then I wanted to clean up the edges a little bit. Now an important point with the Phoenix is you've got some little posts that appear. They're the gaps in between the claws and the legs of the Phoenix. So you can just use your finger just to pull away from those areas. Any bits that look as though they're posts that are sticking up are little gaps in between feathers and feet. So all I'm doing now is going in with a fingertip away from the edge, just to pull that clay back and tidy up. That means that if there's any overhanging clay there, then you're cleaning it up now. If you find you miss any bits, you can treat that afterwards. You can just cut it away with a pair of scissors, but the neater you get this initially, really, the better the effect. Especially around the head of the Phoenix there. Can you see where the feathers are? Right, okay, so I'm now ready to release this from the mould. So what I'm going to do is just go around the edge, just flexing a little bit. Now the weak point is going to be the legs there, so I want to be careful of that. Can you see that the clay is starting to lift? That's because I allowed it to dry a little bit first. If you don't allow it to dry and you're flexing the mould and the clay is just stretching, then your clay is too wet. So you could allow it just to dry in the mould itself a little bit before you take that out. Now I'll just put that onto the back of there. Let's have a look at the detail in this. Isn't that incredible? Absolutely incredible. But I'm going to take this a step further. I'm going to bring in one of the samples that I did. Now this was just a glass vase. I painted it. There's various paints that will work on all sorts of surfaces, but if you look at the phoenix tail, I've extended it. So think about ways that you can adapt the moulds as well. So I'll show you how I did that, because it's very, very easy. Obviously we've got the phoenix there, so I'm just going to pop that to one side, and then I'm going to go back in again and feed the clay just into the tail area. Now it doesn't matter if I get a little bit more than I need, because you can always trim away. So again, just push it in. I am purposely going to extend a little bit past where I need, because I find it easier to trim away what I don't want, rather than, you know, try and guess it accurately. So again, just make sure that you're pushing that clay into all those crevices. Let's just go with a rolling pin over the top. And then I can see there again, a little bit of excess clay there, so I can smooth that away or take it away. Pull it right off if I want to. Anytime that you just pull away too much, you can always just push it back again. Oh, we've had a question from Ian as well. Now he's asking, are the moulds suitable for the two-part resin? Yes, they are. They're suitable for resin, suitable, as I said, food grade as well. Your hot glue, your UTs, so many different substances. If you are going to use them for your food, then obviously for food safety, we recommend that you get 2 sets. Right, okay, so I'm just going to now just release this one as well. I could tidy up that a little bit more, but just for the purpose of demonstration, we'll leave it at that. Again, just flexing around the edge, you can see how that is lifting. And there we've got another area that we can work with. Well, obviously I don't want another set of claws, we don't need those. So I'm just going to cut away with a pair of scissors the area that I don't want. You can reuse that clay, and then I will start to build up. So now I'm extending, and this gives you more of a three-dimensional look. So now I've got 2 layers. I'm going to do one more, which I will add to the tail, but there's also another purpose for it as well. If you look at the tail of the phoenix and you think, well, the phoenix rising from the ashes, you could use the tail feathers as flames as well. They make great flames. Think about using your moulds another way. Think about maybe using them as leaves. All sorts of different ways you can adapt these. Take just the flowers from the swan maybe. Take just the leaves from the swan. You don't have to use the whole of the mould each time. So I'm just trying to be as quick as I can on this one because I've got so much to show you. So there we go. I am rushing this because I am conscious of time, and now it just goes so quickly and I've got so much I want to get in. Whoops. Just press that down and let's flex this one as well. There we are. And straight away you can see we've got the other layer. If I turn it that way, can you see how you could turn that into flames as well if you wanted to? It could be hair. It could be hair. Right, so I'm just going to apply this one underneath, which is going to complete my phoenix. Just by using extras of the feathers. Think about something like a recycled bottle. I could have done it with the vase. You could have the tail feathers going right around something. You know, really make something very, very pretty and very different. That's the thing. These are different. I know it's not a great word to use, but it's the only word I can think of at the moment. Now I am going to let that dry. At 11 o'clock I'll be working with that some more, but we need that to dry out a little bit. Now before I go to the next demonstration, we're just going to remind you about our Easter Extra event, because that is going on currently, of course. So let's give you some details on that.
Welcome to Hochanda's Easter Extra Flexi event. Join us from 6 p.m. Thursday the 9th of April to 6 p.m. Tuesday the 14th of April, as we'll be offering you an extra special treat to help ease the cost of your Easter purchases. All of your crafting favourites will be here with us, celebrating the Easter break by demonstrating and showcasing their latest products. So, not only will we reduce the flexi basket value from £60 to £30, but you will also be given the opportunity to spread the cost of your purchase over 3 exciting flexi buy payments instead of 2. So get cracking and take advantage of our Easter Extra Flexi event from the 9th of April at 6 p.m.
Well, it is super bit. You're all up early, aren't you? It's only blooming 7 o'clock in the morning, right? Now, half the stock of our gorgeous complete collection has gone. Now, it's also lovely because we've made it affordable for you on 3 flexi buy payments of £29 and some change. These are the wonderful moulds. I mean, you've just been seeing Catherine using them, and gosh, the images are absolutely incredible. Now, if you want to, you can get them individually, so we'll break it down for you. So you can either get Mr. Owl here, love him, or the butterfly dance. They're under one item number. Here it is, 153927, and each option is £19.99. Now your butterfly dance is 3/4 gone on its own. Now we can also break down the bottom 3 as well. So we've got our fantastic horse, our beautiful swan, and our glorious phoenix. Okay, the phoenix is limited stock on its own, just £18.99 for any of those 3, 635856. But of course, what most of you are going for is the fantastic complete collection. Just look at these samples. Again, a big thank you to Joe Channon and her other half, Mark, for doing a lot of these samples. Obviously, Catherine's been doing them as well. And then, I mean, gosh, hang on, let me bring this in. I've got it upside down, but I just need to turn it around. Look at this beautiful swan. It's absolutely stunning. What else have we got? We've got our beautiful horse. Sorry, I just want to carefully put them down because they're just such works of art, aren't they? But that's the thing. The moulds are doing the hard work for you. I personally, you know, I know I couldn't freeform this one. I mean, but just look at all of that detail going on there. I've got to get this because this is right up my street. This is so me. Look at this with the steampunk butterflies. Amazing, amazing. I like you're using halves of the wings as well. Isn't that cool? What else have we got? Let me pop that down. Did I show you the glass earlier on? Have a look at this. How stunning is this? Now, I will ask Catherine in a sec if she knows the answer whether we're allowed to make to sell with our gorgeous moulds. Or do we know? We don't know. Okay, maybe we can find out. We'll check that with the buyer in the... sorry to put you on the spot there, Catherine. Okay, sorry. Okay. Now, Zuri aren't widely available in the UK. But let's have a look. Oh, I can hear the phone going off in my ear. We'll find out. Wait. And look, we've got this beautiful one. Isn't that amazing? Absolutely. Again, a quick reminder that they're being dispatched from the 20th of April. So as I said, a lot of you are going for the complete collection. 3 payments of £29.65. Look at these gorgeous moulds. 953787 is your item number. Lovely. Do give us a call, 01733602000, or check out on the website at hochanda.com. But look, amazing deal you've got on this, and just a fantastic moulds. Cannot wait to see your works of art when you get them home. Back to you, Catherine.
Thank you, Alex. Now let me tell you about some of the clays we've got on offer as well, because we've got a pick and mix on the coloured hearty for you as well. Great price here, any 3 for £13.99. You can see you've got the yellow, the magenta, the blue, the black, the red and the green. There are various ways of colouring your clay, even if you're just going for the white, but if you want a true black and a true red and a true dark green, that's the only way you're going to get it, because obviously mixing red into white is going to give you pink every time. But also what's interesting about these as well is you need the tiniest bit to make a difference. Of course, you can go into the moulds with a solid colour as well, so you can go straight from the pack. I just want to point out an end of call item as well, which is very useful. I'll show you when we get back to demo. There's a colour chart and a little measuring gadget thing. So if you want to be able to mix your colours and get it right every time, then pop that into your basket at end of call as well. I will show you what I'm talking about when we get to demonstration. But great price there, 516165 is the item number if you want to go for the coloured hearty. Great to have a pick and mix on those. Then next we have, of course, the white. This is what you're going to use more than anything, the white on its own, because you can, of course, colour with your different paints. Hopefully we'll get to doing a little bit of that during this hour as well. Now you're getting 2 packs here. There's 200 grams in each. It's super lightweight. This is professional. This is a professional grade modelling clay. It's very strong. It picks up every bit of detail as you've seen from the moulds. 2 packs at 200 grams each, so in total 400 grams for just £17.99. 040721. And almost half of the stock has already gone. Remember, we do have another show at 11 o'clock, so grab yours while you can. Now we do have another clay for you. This is the Medina air dry polymer clay. Now it says white on there. It's kind of a slightly off-white colour. This is fabulous because if you like the strength of polymer clay, if you like, and I'll explain the difference when we get to the demonstration. I'll show you the difference as best I can. But with this gives you a polymer clay effect. The strength of that, something more robust, a little bit more weighty, but you don't have to bake it in the oven. Now you can colour this as well. You can paint on top of it. You can mix colour in there. It's almost unbreakable. You can make all sorts of things with it. It's a fabulous product, but it's very different to the air dry because it's not lightweight like the air dry. So it depends on the use that you want. But I love that if I'm applying to furniture or to home decor pieces and I want that durability, that is a great option. £11.99 for 250 grams, 641548. Then one of my favourite products of all time has got to be the Feefo modelling clay. Now this is oven bake, but that doesn't mean it's difficult. Everybody can use this. You don't need specialist equipment. You can put this in your own home oven. These are big blocks. Now when I'm saying big blocks, look at this, 454 grams for just £11.99. You're saving £4 and you've got the choice of the black or the white there. We're going to be using some of this in a little while. 277161. all sorts of techniques you can do with polymer clay. I really do hope I get a chance to do more shows with you. But for now, choose between the white or the black. You can go for both because there is a difference, obviously, and you can mix those together and get your clays in your grey colours as well, which are great bases to work from with your other mediums. There we are. Now we're off to the website next because you'll find everything there. We've got other mediums available as well. We've got some paints, we've got glazes, we've got, the Galaxy flakes are in there as well. Oh, the Pentart liquid metal is fabulous. Hopefully I'll get to show you that in a little while. Really, really good. Are you getting all three of those? All three. These are fabulous, and these go a long way as well. I've literally just managed to get hold of mine. So these are new to me too, but they are amazing. Now then, let's see what else we can show you in demonstration. Now, the Feefo. This is what I'm using next. Now, Feefo is very different to the air dry clay. It comes in a pack. It's not air dry. You do need an oven, which I'll speak more about in a second. When you take this from the pack, it does say Feefo soft on it, which it is. There's different types of Feefo. It is firmer, and it's completely different to the Hearty. Now, what I have at home is a pasta machine, which I use not only for softening and mixing colours, I use it for techniques as well. But because I like to show you on air ways of working with the clays without those tools, because not everybody would have them, I'm going to talk through exactly what you do without any tools at all. So take the clay from your pack. You need to condition it, and by conditioning it, I simply mean you need to warm it up. So all I'm doing is rolling it backwards and forwards on my mat. I could use a rolling pin if I like. And I'm just going to do that and get it warm. And you will laugh at me if I tell you that sometimes I put this in a plastic bag and sit on it because that warms it up. You can do that. Don't be tempted to warm it up by putting it on a radiator, because you bake this, it will make it go crumbly. You can have a hot water bottle with a cover on it with not too much intense heat and sit it on top of there to get it soft as well. But you want to make it malleable. And by malleable, the stage you want it at is, if I just roll this out into a bit of a sausage and pick it up, you can see it's got that nice bend. If I twist that and roll it and it's not cracking, then it's conditioned. If you find it cracks or it breaks apart, you need to condition it more. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring in another one of the moulds, and I'm going to go for the butterfly dance this time. So let's go for this one at the top. Now again, you could, just with a little bit of corn flour, you could use a little bit of oil with your polymer clay as well. I prefer to take the clay out of the mould before I bake, but you can actually bake these in the oven. It will not damage them. So I'm just going to start to push the clay in here as well. It's a little bit firmer, even though I've conditioned it, a little bit firmer than the Hearty Soft. But you know what? It picks up the detail beautifully. Now those little tiny bits at the bottom, I'm going to come back to those in a second. So again, I'm not using any particular tools, just my fingers and thumbs to push into place. And again, it doesn't matter if you don't do this in one go. You can go in with lots of little individual pieces. The only thing you've got to watch is that you make sure that all the clay is compacted down into the mould to pick up every bit of detail, and any joints where you have put different pieces of clay in are going to disappear. So I'm really now taking my time just to push into these delicate little areas, and I find the best way of doing that, again, roll out your clay, make it more to the shape that you've got so it fits in nicely. And possibly on this one I would use a little tool just to make sure that's really gone into the mould. And again, you can see that you can easily just scrape away any excess. So now, if you were using the Hearty Soft, as I said earlier, if your clay is too wet, you'll find that it stretches with the mould. The polymer clay will, to a point. A good tip is, if your polymer clay has got too soft, either bake straight into the oven with the clay in the mould, or pop it in your fridge so the clay goes a bit harder, and then it will come out easier. Because the more that you push this around, the more that you're using your fingers with it, the warmer it's getting, and then it makes it more sticky. I say sticky, it doesn't feel sticky, but it sticks to itself. Right, so we've got the butterfly in there. Again, I would spend a bit of time just neatening up the edges just to make sure that we've got that nice clean outline. And then I'm going to start to flex. And once again, I'm just going to work my way around the edge of the butterfly a little bit, bearing in mind these are going to be the weak points where they're thinner. But let's just gently ease that out, and there we go. Look at that. Isn't that fabulous? So all you need to do then is pop that onto a baking tray and put it in your normal oven, your regular oven. Feefo about 110 degrees if you've got a fan oven for 30 minutes. It's only a low heat. If it's a gas oven, it's about half a mark, I think that's all it is. Half an hour is all you need, and just let it bake. When it's baked, it's then hard, so it's robust. But there's more we can do with it, because if I just bring in one of these little jars I've painted. Now this has actually got a candle still in there, so I wouldn't put this in the oven, but if you've got an empty jar, you can just place your piece around and bake in the oven so it takes to the shape. So I'm just going to bring in actually something that I've already done. I've got two identical vases. Well, they were identical. They were both £1 each. I got them from a supermarket a while ago, £1 each. This one's been painted with an all-purpose paint, but before I did that, I made the swan, which we're going to be using more in the 11 o'clock show, and I placed the swan, as I've just shown you there with the butterfly, to shape to the vase. So if I just roll that to its side, can you see how that's working and fitting onto that vase? And I baked that in the oven as well. So I left the clay in situ while it was in the oven. And then, of course, if you want to decorate your vase, which mine's not finished yet, but that is then going to sit on the front of my vase. Doesn't that look lovely? Do you know, I don't really want to do anything more to that. I love it as it is. But I am going to show you something else. I am going to do something else to it, because if you want to bring the detail out, there are various things that you can do. So I'm just going to move out the way that little butterfly, because I don't want to squash that, and I'm going to bring in, oh, what have I got that I can show you? Right, we've got the phoenix again here. Let's go with this phoenix. Oh, actually, I could go with that butterfly that's done. Let's go with this butterfly. Now, I've got some, where is it? I've got some paint, some chalk paint. It doesn't have to be chalk paint, an acrylic paint, a black acrylic paint. It could be a grey, it could be a brown, it could be whatever you want it to be. Just going to, this is more of a dark grey actually than a black. I'm just going to water this down. So I want it quite runny. I don't want it too much paint. And you can do this on your dry, air dry, as well as your polymer clay. So all I'm going to do now, I've got a wet cloth. You can use a wet wipe, but a wet cloth is good. Something that's not going to leave fibres everywhere. And what I'm going to do is just paint all over the top of my butterfly. You don't have to do it all in one go actually. You can do this in stages. So the bigger the piece, the more stages I would do it in. And then I'm going to take my cloth and just wipe away. And I'm just taking away the majority of that paint. So what it's doing, it's bringing out the detail underneath. Can you see the difference from one side to the other? And the more that dries, the better it will look. Just going to add a little bit more to the other side so we can match it all in. So everybody can achieve this because of the quality of the moulds, because everybody's got access to a simple paint and water. Everybody can achieve this, and it's a way of bringing out detail without even adding further colour. Just going to clean that up a little bit more. I'll just get a paper towel and just dry the surface of that off, because I'm going to show you how you can add more colour. Now, as you can see, as I'm drying that off, the white is really coming back through. And of course, if you've got the black clay, whether it be the hearty or the polymer clay, you can do a wash with a white paint and do it in the reverse. So it really does bring the detail out. When you do that on the horse especially, oh, it's just incredible. We'll probably use the horse on the 11 o'clock show as well. So painting techniques, let me just talk to you about those, because we've got the liquid metal. I've brought my Inca Gold with me as well, which is fabulous. That's from Viva Decor. That's fabulous for working with this as well. But let's have a look at the new liquid metals, because these are just amazing. Now, they are solvent based. They're not water based, they're solvent based. You're getting 3 give them a shake. There's a little bit of a smell to them because they're solvent based, but a little goes such a long way, and I mean a little. So we've got the, I think it's the copper. I can hear the ball bearings in that one. I didn't hear them in the others. They're in there. Maybe not shaking hard enough. There we go. Give them a really good mix. Actually, that's a good tip. Keep shaking it till you hear the ball bearings. It's coming, I can hear it. Then you know it's mixing. Right, so I'm going to go with the gold. Just take the lid off because I've been shaking it. I just want to be a little bit careful. Now, as often, very often, I just tend to work from the lids. So I'm going to put the main pot out of my way a little bit and find a brush. And I'm just going to pick a little bit of the gold up on the brush. And I'm not going to go straight in. I am going to dab that onto my mat, just so I know I haven't got too much on there. And then I'm just going to gently sweep that across the top of my butterfly. Now this is the other butterfly that you get in the mould. You get 2 butterflies in the one mould. The detail again in this is just stunning. Now hopefully, I'm hoping this is coming across really well, because if you look at this wing here, you can't really see anything because this is black polymer clay. You can do the same thing with the air dry. But as I sweep across, it's starting to really bring the detail out. Now the liquid metal is very, very busy. 60% of the stock has gone. 60%. This is brand new today, I believe. Yes, it is. I've just had that verified. It is amazing, I've got to say. I'm going to be using this so much now. And you can see that. Look at the detail in that butterfly. Each wing is different. You've got 2 different sides to it. So if you wanted to split it down, you could do. If you wanted to use half a wing, as marked it on one of the samples, you could do. But these, as I said, are something very, very special. Just picking up a little bit more gold there and just brushing across the top again. Should we try the other colours? I think we need to, don't we? Shall we try them all? Right, what have I got? I've got the other butterfly here, also in the black. No, do you know what? I'm going to go with the swan. Just decided. Let's have a look at the swan. Now I'm going to go for the silver. We'll do a bit of every colour so you can see it. Now the swan is another mould that I will be using at 11 o'clock, and I will be adapting the mould, so please make sure you tune in at 11 as well. So what I'm going to do with the swan is with the silver, I'm just again, it's almost dry brushing. Oh, because I'm now showing you this liquid metal, it's on limited stock already. Wow, we're literally down to single figures. Single figures, don't miss out. This is the silver that I'm using now. I'm going to do a little bit of each colour while we've got it. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Oh, I can't. Can I keep using it, Meg? Is it all right? Right, we'll do it because we've got the mould still available. Let's just give you those 3 colours so you can see. I think what I'll do, I'll go with a little bit of the gold while I've got the lid off, and we'll pick out maybe some of the leaves. So if you wanted to more than brush the top, you can, and I've not changed my paintbrush here, so I'm kind of getting a mix of the silver and the gold together. Oh, I really like that. See, try things. Don't always change your brush. I get laughed at sometimes because I get laughed at sometimes because I have mucky sponges and brushes, but actually sometimes it goes in your favour. I'm mixing these up now. Let's have a look. So it's bringing out the detail in the leaves. It's a bit more gold there. Now, the phone's going off in the gallery. I don't know what's happening. It's very, very busy out there. There's constant phone calls, which is meaning that it's very, very busy out there. Right, okay, so there we've got the gold leaves. Let's bring out the detail in the flowers with the copper, just so you can see all the different colours. And I'm using the same brush again, so who knows what I'm going to get. It will be kind of a little bit of a mix. And again there, oh, I like the copper. Oh, lucky people who've got this. That's all I can say. Sam, well done. Sam is our buyer. She found these for me. I asked if we could have something metallic that we could use on the clays. These are fabulous. Oh, now, just hearing. The phone call that I've just heard. Good news, actually. Good news for everybody. We've got some more of the liquid metal on extended delivery. You need a couple of extra days. These are coming, well, I'm not sure where they're coming from, actually. They're going to be dispatched from the 22nd of April. Everything else is the 20th of April. It's only a couple of days. I know Sam, our buyer, is working very hard. She's working at home at the moment, but she's working very hard. And I've just offended Meg in the gallery because she's working very hard as well. Oh dear, Meg, you're doing amazingly, and so is Andy, our director. Right, so we've got we've got the copper there. I'm going to paint the little beak in on the swan, in the copper as well. And I'm thinking, let's have a look at just mixing the colours up a little bit. Let's go with a little bit of the silver. These dry very, very quickly. Let's just go over the top of that copper on one of the flowers with a bit of silver as well, because it's going to change the colour so it differentiates between the two flowers then. Please tune in at 11 and see what I do with the swan. If I had to pick a favourite, I don't think I could, but I do really have a soft spot for the swan. Now that looks great, doesn't it? Now I've got a little bit of a smudge that I didn't really want there, but it doesn't matter. I can make that work. Oh, right, you need to be quick on the liquid metal. Already half the stock of the extended stock has gone. So please be quick with that if you want it. It is fabulous. I'm so impressed with that. I really am. It's the first time I've ever used it. Yes, first time I've ever used it live, and I'm so pleased it went well. Right, I'm just going to pop that to one side. So you've seen different things that I've done there. I'm going to bring back in the butterfly that I've used the paint wash on, where I brought the detail in. Just because I know it's busy anyway on the liquid metal there, so don't miss out on that. But there are other things you can use as well. We've got other waxes on the show. Let's have a look at those as well. Now then, we've got the chameleons. Where have I put mine? Here they are. Now I've got one here which is the peach. If I just bring in this sample and show you. Now we've two options on the waxes. I kept a lot of my samples quite muted, quite soft, which I really, really like. So we've got, do you know, it's worked out so well because Mark's done the samples with Joe's guidance. Thank you again, guys. Brilliant work. And there's quite colourful, or there's a lot of metal sort of effects in there. I've also used them, but a lot of my samples are kind of softer, so we've got that nice balance. We've kind of got a bit for everybody, I think. But looking at this here, very, very subtle in colour. So you can see I've kind of got that peachy colour. There's a little bit of green in there as well. Now there's different ways you can colour on top of your air dry and also your polymer. Now let me just give you the colour options for these. Peach, violet and blue is the first one. Set of 3, 20 millilitres each. These are going to go a long way. 638467, just $13.99. The second set is the green, the white gold, and also the silver. Oh, and it's sparkling silver as well. It's really, really nice. You might have seen Julia Watts using these. There you are, different item number. Liquid metal, limited stock on the extra stock. It's not going to last. We're not going to have this for the next show. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Oh, well done. Right, if you missed out on that, don't worry. There's other things you can do. Right, now then, the Chameleon wax. These are great because they look different. They're great for your card as well. Your clay, your card, you're going to get a different colour on black as you do to white. I will tell you that on the white clay, it's very, very subtle. So if I just paint on a little bit onto this flower, you may not even barely see it at the minute, but it is there. It is there. So I'm just using a brush just to pick out some colour. Hopefully you can see this coming through now. Now I do the wash before I put the wax on because I like to see that detail. I've maybe missed a little bit there, but we'll not worry about that. So a little bit of colour there. Very, very subtle. I don't know if you can see that actually. Can you see? I'm going to hold that to the front so we can pick it out a little bit more on the shimmer. It's not dry yet, and you can buff it up when it's dry. But it keeps it very, very soft. But let's go on to the black and see the difference. The more that dries, the more it's going to shine up. Now we've got a question in from Kelly Jean. She's asking what paintbrushes I'm using. These are Royal and Landnickel, which I think, do we sell those still? I think we had them on the website. We did. I don't know if we still do. If we haven't got them in stock, but what I would say is, regardless of the brand, just go for a good quality paintbrush. I can't say that enough. There is a massive difference between your brushes. Go for a well-known brand. Go for something that you know is, you know, going to be a good quality one. These are soft bristles. You don't want anything that's scratchy. That goes the same. If anybody's been following me doing my decorating, don't ever buy cheap paintbrushes. You don't get the same results. Okay, so if I just put those two together, look at the difference. Same wax, very, very subtle on there. I can see it more than you're probably seeing it, but it shows up a lot more on the black clay. So I'm going to bring in another colour. I think we've got the green here somewhere. Let me find my green. Right, I know we're getting towards the end of this hour as well, so I'll just do this bit and then we'll probably just have to give one or two reminders. So look at the green, just picking the leaves out here. So if you've missed out on the liquid metal, this is a good option for you to go for the waxes. And you have, of course, got these for use on your cardstock as well. Isn't that lovely? That green, that is really, really nice. This again is polymer clay, but it will work on your air dry as well. Let me just put a little bit of the green onto the white, and again it's going to be very, very subtle, but it does show up. The more colour you put on, the more you actually see it. I'll just do that one side for you so you can see. Now what a difference. Now it is there. Now, I hope for the next show, what I'll do, I'll finish that, I'll paint it, and once it's dry properly, I'll buff it up so you can see the colours better. But I just wanted to show you the waxes as well, because they are a great alternative if you've missed out on the liquid and you want more colour as well. Oh, still busy out there. Right, now I've got, I think I'm allowed a few more minutes just while I'm here. What else can I show you that I've got done? Right, okay. I'm going to make a start on Elvin, our horse, because I'm going to go back to my wash, just because I want you to see the detail in this one. If you are going for individuals, if you've got a budget and you can't afford everything and you're struggling to think, well, I like them all, which one am I going to go for? The more I can show you, probably the easier it is for you to choose. Most of you are going for the full collection. You have got that saving. We've also got that, of course, that event running as well. We've got 3 payments on FlexiBuy, so it really does split the cost down. So a little bit of water into my wash again, and so it's just an acrylic paint. And I'm going to go over again. This is a grey rather than a black. You can go with a black. Doesn't really matter. You can go with brown if you like as well. I'm just going to do the top bit. The trick when you're doing this is to make sure you get into all of the detail, but don't let it dry too much, because if it dries too much, you're not going to be able to get rid of it. So do it in stages if you like. So let me just wipe away just on the top. I want you to be able to really see. Look at this. Look at the detail that's coming out there. Let me get a paper towel and just dry that off a little bit for you. Now you can really see the white of the clay coming through, but the wash is staying in the detailed areas. Look what it picks out on the horse's face. Look at the eye. Look at the nose and the mouth. You can see the muscle in the face. It brings out every bit of detail. It's absolutely stunning. Let's do a little bit more. I've literally got about a minute left. I'll finish this off afterwards and we'll do more with this horse in the next show. But just to show you again, I've not really got into all the detail there, but if you miss bits, you can go back in. Once you've wiped it over, you can go back in. But I want to show you how you can get the best out of your moulds without doing anything that, you know, is unachievable. for people. Everybody could do this. Again, there you can start to see the detail come out. I will finish this off ready for the next show, or I might finish it off in the next show actually, so you can see it as it's in its entirety there. But that is just fabulous. Love that mould, that is gorgeous. Let's have a look at the website. What have we got for you there? Of course, you've got your clay. We've got an individual block for £9.99, but if you're going for that bundle, 2 blocks for £17.99. That's 400 grams of clay. Your Feefo, if you've never used it before, I'm always there online, on social media. If you want to ask questions, if you need any help, I'm always willing to help you. I'm afraid the liquid metal has gone. Do go for the Chameleon wax though. That is an amazing, amazing product as well from Pentart. In fact, we've got loads of goodies there for you.
Jolly marvellous. Right, hasn't it been a really busy hour? Amazing. So good. Right, again, I'm going to pick up some gorgeous... Cool, that's heavy. How heavy is this? Bingo wings. Anyway, have a look at him. He's our gorgeous phoenix. Look at all that detail. It is incredible. These moulds are amazing. Excuse me while I'm a weakling and put this down. That's so heavy. I wasn't expecting that. Again, let me show you this gorgeous owl. I love him. That's very clever, I think. Popping those in for his eyes. I think that's just so cool. But again, look at all the detail that you've got. These moulds are so sort of deeply etched, if you will, you know, like we say about stamps. I just think they are amazing. Got to go for our horse again. He's just too cool. These gorgeous samples, they're amazing. And aren't they fabulous with that lovely sort of metal, that metal effect? I think that's so fabulous, isn't it? That's gorgeous, amazing. Right, let me just get our phoenix. 1 second, right. Here's our phoenix. Isn't that great? Just on, well, you know, one of those door handle plaques. I think that's just absolutely marvellous. Cool. Well, our 60% of our complete collection's gone. Let me just bring this one up again. Isn't that fab? I like the soft colours too, as well as those metallic colours. I think they work really, really well. Now, again, I'll break it down for you. Let's have a little go. Now, so the top 2, if you want those, these are under the same item number. You choose between them. You've got your fabulous owl, or you've got the butterfly dance. Each one of those are £19.99. 153927 is your item number. Then if you want the bottom 3, well, as in like individually, I should say. Now, the Phoenix sold out, but it's back on extra extended delivery. That one will be dispatched from the 22nd of April. Everything else though we've got on the show is from the 20th of April. And then you've also got your fabulous horse, or you've got your swan. £18.99 individually, but most of you, of course, are going for the complete collection. Not surprised, because again, just to point out, we've got it on 3 flexi buy payments. Cool, this is a goblet and a half, isn't it? Do you know what I'm thinking? They used as well, like part of one of the moulds and wrapped it around the base.
It's the feathers.
Yes, it's the feathers, Catherine's just said. How cool is that? So clever. And look at the detail in him. He's, or her, I don't know. Absolutely stunning. What else haven't I shown you? What about adding a bit of the flakes to it? Let's have a look at this beauty. If you like glitter, which obviously you all know that I do, I love my glitters. Look at that, that's fab. I've got another one here with our butterfly, also too cool. Yay, amazing. Right, and then, all right, I best give you that. I was going to quickly. Now, please join Catherine at 11 o'clock. It's been a super, super busy hour. You can spread the cost with the complete collection 3 ways instead of 2, which again makes it more affordable. 3 payments of £29.65. Item number is 953787. Give us a wave, Catherine.
See you at 11.
Love that. Again, you can give us a call 01733 60 2000 or check out on the website at hochanda.com. Once you've got these home, please send in your pictures of what you've made with them. I'd love to see, because as you can see, these wonderful samples are amazing. We want to see your makes. While we are currently at home in our craft rooms. Thank you very much for keeping myself and Catherine company. As I said, make sure you're tuning in at 11 o'clock to see more demos. Right. Oh, is it me, Catherine? Who? Right, Moda French General One Day Special, followed by crafting magazines, and then I Craft, a lovely crafty day indeed.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Welcome to Club G45 from Graphic 45. These are monthly tutorial kits that allow you to create beautiful projects by accessing step-by-step instructional videos that are viewable online. You'll get almost everything you need to create both of these projects from scratch. The first kit is Club G45 Birdsong Explosion Box and Origami Envelopes Kit. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 518169 for £49.99 plus your postage from hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 60 2000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45. The second kit is Club G45 Birdsong Centre Step Card Kit. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 554627 for £31.99 plus your postage from hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 60 2000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And Mark.
From Totally Patched. We're a family-based business here in Shropshire. We've been established for about 20 years.
All of our kits come pre-cut, meaning all the fabric is cut for the actual people who want to make the items, whether they be cushions, bags, quilts, or anything else you want to cast your creative memory or mind into.
Most of the kits we produce we design ourselves. The design process is usually inspired by the fabric itself. We only use great quality fabrics, 100% cottons.
So, whether you're a beginner or an experienced sewer or quilter, we hope we've got something for all of you.
Make sure you come and watch us on Hochanda.
A very good morning to you. Lovely to have your company and a very happy Easter as well. We're here celebrating the whole weekend with the Easter Extra. See what they did there. I like extra. It's the extra flexi. Now, normally we have a flexi buy that's available for £60 and over, but actually it's been brought right the way down now. So anything with £30 or over, you can actually now have your flexis on that, and that will give you 3 flexis as well. So normally it's 2, spreading that one price over 2 payments, but actually here you can see actually it's going to be split over 3 payments, and that brings, of course, those payments down a lot more. So you've got the 3 months then, of course, to cover those costs. So it's a fantastic way. And we certainly know that a lot of people are staying at home, as we've been told to do, which is the correct thing to do, of course. And we find that a lot of people are loving working with their materials as well, really enjoying that. And we had a launch of course, our one-day special yesterday, and I can tell you that you are absolutely loving what you've got here, of course, with Moda, which, of course, is a great name with Moda Fabrics. You've got decades of history. And I've got 2 options for you to start with, OK? You've got option 1, option 2. They didn't really go to town on the names, but it doesn't matter, because actually it's not about the names, it's about what you are getting. Now, we'll tell you, option 1, we are, now quantity at the moment, we're nearly half of the stock already gone. It's only after the live shows yesterday. And option 2, we're looking at 2/3 of the stock already. So if you're watching right now, live this morning, lovely to have your company. If you like what you're looking at, you like the name Moda, of course, the French General, the whole collection of that, which was started in 1997 actually as a brand name. So it's been going around for many, many years now. It's absolute all about high-end and beautiful French, stunning, inspired feel about the fabrics you're getting. Now, you're going to be getting 11 fat quarter in this bundle that you're seeing here. Now, that gives you on your one-day special £20 saving, £20 off of the price that you're seeing. Now, usually looking at over £54, but actually only £34.95 to go with it. As you'll see here, these with your beautiful prints, absolutely gorgeous designs. They really are lovely, and it's no wonder that these were already flying out of the door. Now, of course, we've still got a whole day of live shows with the one-day special. We've got some videos to show you as well, some lovely demonstrations coming up for you, which are really fantastic. But if you want to get this into your basket, now is the time to do so, as I said, because we are, as I said, approaching half of the stock. They've got some really beautiful, rich colours in here. Gorgeous reds in here, really beautiful design that you can see, absolutely fantastic. If you want to go for this one, option 1, 11 fat quarters in this bundle, don't forget, it's 061485 is what you're looking for, and don't forget, you've also got that over your flexi buy, which means your first payment is only making £11.65, plus of course your P&P on that first payment, but only just under £15 you're looking at there for your first actual payment of £11.65. That is for option 1 that you'd be looking at to go through. Now, I've also got for you, by the way, a beautiful quilt kit, OK, which is absolutely stunning. Now, that you can see it just behind me here. I'll get out of the way. You don't want to see me. You want to see this beauty, and it is absolutely gorgeous. Now, of course, with Moda itself, you understand the fabric's already fantastic here. This is the Star Chain quilt kit. It's actually by Jane Aldcock, and it is absolutely gorgeous. Now, I know if you are looking for your projects and you love your fabric work, this is one I'm sure you've already got your eye on. There's of course been brought down, of course, it's got a £10 saving, but of course, as it's the extra Easter special for you, it's down to 3 payments, which means your first payment will only be just £26.65. Now, stock-wise, we are looking at almost half of the stock, almost 50% of the stock of this already been dispatched. Actually, we've got a demo of this coming up for you in a little while, so you can have a little look at this with more details. 016827 if you'd like to go for the actual Star Chain quilt, of course. There's a lot more on the website for you, don't forget. I know there's lots of fabrics on there that you want to have a look at. This whole hour is full of great opportunities for you, which is absolutely brilliant. Also, you can shop ahead, and I'll tell you about this in a moment. We've also got a happy hour deal for you as well. Now, it's only here for this hour while you're watching with me. It's the Fabric Editions 5-piece fat quarter bundle here. It's the floral patterns. It's down to £9.99 if you pop that into your basket for this hour only. We've got another one coming up for you with a separate offer for you at a 12 o'clock show, and another one again different at 4 o'clock. But if you want this one, it's only there for the hour at £9.99, and then it goes back up to £14.99 after that. So another reason for you to get them into it while you can. Now, I've also got for you your panels here, actually, which are lovely, actually. Again, of course, you've got the great name of Moda, as you'd expect to find all about the quality. But here you're going to be getting the French General panels and the fabric bundle. Now, you're going to get 4 panels with your 3 1-metre pieces as well. I'm just going to hold this one out so you can see. This is one of your panels that you're looking at here, so really fantastic that you can see there all those beautiful designs that will work on there for you. So you're going to be getting the panels with, of course, your 3 1-metre pieces as well, and they're all coordinated to look absolutely beautiful. Now, of course, it is brand new on the show today, 379005, and of course it's available for your flexi buy, and that's 3 payments of your flexi buy to work with, and that brings your payments, your first payment down to just £16.65. Those have got a £15 saving, which is a phenomenal offer. 379005. Get that into your basket now if you want to go for that one. I do hope you take advantage of these flexi buys. Of course, it is an Easter special. It's right the way through until Tuesday for you, but it's a great way at 6 p.m. on Tuesday. That's when it ends. So if you really want to make the most of now and spread that cast, fill your basket and make the most of that and take advantage. Now, you'll have a pick and mix, and we've got some lovely, beautiful material for you to work from here, actually. 355068. You can go for these ones for you now. Actually, what you're going to be getting here, of course, with the French General collection is a 1/2-metre fabric pick and mix here. Any four that you want to go for here, you can get. Now, of course, the best place to go to is the website, and the website will have all of the actual names, all of the details that you can just choose which one you want to go for. And what's the price you're working out at? £6.49 per 1/2 metre that you're looking at there, which is a phenomenal deal. Absolutely brilliant. So choose which one of those you want, any 4 of those, pick those, pop those ones into your basket, and we'll take advantage of those offer. Click away. 355068, of course, which is absolutely brilliant. So I nearly knocked the whole display over there, which is a little bit low. But luckily, floor manager Matt, he's nearby at arm's length, holding it in place. Because I think I just had my hands on it there, and I think it started to move. So I'll tell you what, Natasha, if you're waiting, we're going to go straight over then for the first of our 4 video clips to give you with a demonstration on there, which will give you an idea of how you can work with the beautiful Moda Fabrics here into those beautiful projects. Roll VT.
Hi. We have got today the Moda French General Chafakani range, which you've already seen. I'm going to be showing you how to do the block on the glorious quilt that we've got for you. Now, this quilt has been designed by an incredible designer. Her name is Jane Alcock. She's a lovely lady, very talented quilter. She learnt from one of the best in the industry, and she put this together actually for me originally, and it was wonderful. We brought it to wear, and then Hochanda asked if they could bring it to wear as well, because it's such a beautiful quilt. So here it is, and this is the Star Chain 8-pointed star quilt, and the fabrics in it are just gorgeous. So when you get your instructions and you get your full quilt kit, you can decide which fabrics. Some are set with the amounts that there are, but others there's some wiggle room as to which ones you decide to put where. So the fabrics that I'm using today are all from the Chafakani range. They might not be the exact ones that are in the quilt, but it's just to give you an idea as to what you could do. So if you want to have a go at this, then do give it a go. And when you've got your instructions with your quilt kit, which is coming in at an amazing price, then of course you can do that. But I don't know about you, I'm a visual learner, so for me, I need to learn how to do it. So with your instructions for the quilt, you will get a sheet of templates. Now, if you've got some template plastic, then that's a great way to start. If not, then you're going to be drawing around. So maybe do it onto cardboard, anything like that. Cereal packets, use those to make your templates. But template plastic for quilters is a great way to go. So you can see here I've got 2 triangles and a third there. And if you've got a corner on your template plastic, then use that. You've got a right angle there, so use what you've got. Another note, when you get your template plastic, one has a slightly rough side. This is on some of them, some could be a bit slippery, in which case I just spray a bit of hairspray on. in which case that sticks to tree, or the repositionable glue spray. So a little spray of that across it will just hold it in position so it doesn't slip around. When you make your templates, these are not going to be for you to use to cut. These are just going to be for you to draw. You'll cut around afterwards. So I'm going to use the right angle here and place that there. Now just bear in mind, you want to find something with quite a sharp point on it, because if you when you trace and when you draw, if you don't hit right on that line, even if you're adding just a little millimetre extra on there, that amplifies massively. So you want to make sure that you go in at an angle there, or that you are going right over the top of where you want to be, so that you're not, you can see I haven't added any width onto that. Now this is my added seam allowance on here, and this is going to be, so because I've got a ruler, I can make sure that I go in 1/4 of an inch from where, so I'm double checking everything that I do with that 1/4 of an inch there, and then I will label it as it is labelled there, always going in at that angle. So this is where a little ruler is very, very handy, and this one is B. And then I'm going to do the same over here. Now again, I've got that right angle. If I've got a right angle already there, why reinvent the wheel? So I'm going to just line that up there. It's one less thing to get wrong, isn't it? Coming in again at that same angle. But like I say, don't feel like, oh gosh, I haven't got quilters template plastic, so I can't do it. You can easily transfer these onto card if you don't. So don't worry about that. And draw around, and then we'll just cut them out. And if you've got an old rotary cutter blade, I know some of you will have rotary cutters for paper. You know, that one will be great. Or if you've got one that you know you're gonna have to change at some point, then just use that. And these are the templates for this part up here. So each of these blocks, here's your block here. So this is your 8 pointed star. So you've got your 2, 4, 6, 8. They're your 8 points there on the quilt. And it's called the chain because you've got the chain that comes through here and here. Not through all of them, but certainly through that central one there. Here it's just a plain square. So that's why it's the 8 pointed star with the chain. That's why it's that in its name. So that's what we're making the template for. So the ones that I've just drawn there are those there. It's kind of like an upside down, really tall flying geese block. I always call it flying goose because it feels weird, doesn't it? Plural. Right, okay, so then, and again, it really doesn't matter which way. Oh, can't quite fit that in. That's fine. I'll go there. There is a reason why these little corners taper off. It's so that you don't have dog ears. So do follow it exactly. Jane has designed these really well. She really knows her stuff. And if you've got any kind of oh gosh, what's that tape called? They had it on earlier. Leonie had it earlier. You know, the stuff that's not too sticky. I know, not low tack. It is low tack, but it's got a better name. What is it called? Everyone's going to be shouting at the screen. And there's me go. Oh, you probably can't see if I put my great big head in the way. Got overhead cameras, and it's a bit like root cam, because we are getting to that stage, ladies. Come on, we all know where our natural hair colours are starting to come through. It's desperate times. Even my husband says I'm going to have to cut his hair. Right, okay. This is A, and I've got B and C there. So pop that to one side. Oh, actually, keep that there so you can actually see it, and then cut out. I'm gonna do. These are my paper scissors, by the way, so don't get too excited and think that I'm not doing as I preach. Do you know what? I think we have to cut it out onto this so I can actually see. I think it's one of those things when you get a quilt, you get really excited, don't you, to actually just cut that out to get a go on it. And actually now is the perfect time to get a quilt and get going with a quilt, isn't it? Because we've all actually got time on our hands to make them right now. So just a rough cut, and then I've gone in with more detail. So that's my C. And again, when you've done it, just double check that you are absolutely right there. Yeah, that's fine. And then over here. So this will be one of the first things that you do when you get your template in your quilt kit home. But if you'd never worked with template plastic before, I just wanted to show you. And like I say, if it's still a bit slippy for you, then you know what you can do is put a little bit of hairspray on, and then just snip those corners. And then we will have all of these. Don't worry, I'm not going to do that. And there. And there. Now, some of you might have noticed and been eagle-eyed and gone, hang on a minute, isn't C the same as B? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So what I'm going to do, rather than cutting out another one, I'm just going to call that C on that side and B on that side. So that's another little cheat that you can do. So let's pop those to one side or on the floor for now. Okay, so I'm going to need then to decide which fabrics I want. Now, I'm going to go with quite a strong dark red there, and then a lovely neutral in there. So let's pick this one here. And again, if you know how wide that fabric strip is going to be to start off with, then you can cut that. So that's my A piece. Smooth that down. And that's there. So I'm just going to get my stripology ruler. Well done today if you managed to get hold of one of these. They were going like hotcakes. And this, again, it's just, if this just means that you get one line that is absolutely dead straight, then we're all good. So that's going to be that cut. And then let me see. So I'll cut that as a 4.5 and then trim it back from there. So with this here, you can mark onto your fabric. If you hadn't just put your pen down on the floor. And what the great thing about this pen actually is that I've got all the different colours. And again, coming in at that angle so that you're not adding extra on. And again there, coming in there. Cutting out there. Right. Let's go with this then. So you've got all of your cutting instructions with the quilt. Which is fine. So just follow the cutting instructions, you'll be absolutely fine. Here I am, of course, trying to use the blade that I've just used on the template plastic. So I tend to do the straight lines first, and then, if needs be, what you can do is just get a little pair. Oh, that has really blunted that blade, isn't it? Go in with a little pair of snips. And just snip in like that. And that's easy enough to do. Let me just double check again with my there we go. So it's just a light bit on a light bit, and I just want to double check and get that right like that. Okay, so I've got a couple there now like that, and you can see, oh, I've done it the wrong way around, but there you go. That's going to be, I'm going to do it the other way around and have it as a neutral. Again, you know, when you've decided which ones you want to do, this is just to show you how to put the block together. Then I'm going to go for a contrast. And again, I use my stripology to cut. This is just to make sure that I've got a strip that I can then work with and cut. It's finding easy ways to cut. I was looking on Facebook after the shows this morning, and the number of people that say, oh, you know, I've got this beautiful fabric, and oh, but I don't want to cut into it. I don't want to cut into it. We're scared to cut. But, you know, we buy these things. Let's actually enjoy them and use them. That's what's the point. So here we have, here's your fabric. Now, if you don't want to, I'm using that straight line. And actually, now that we know that this is a right angle, then that makes life easier, doesn't it? What I've done here is folded my fabric so that half is going to go one way. Actually, even the selvage on this is really beautiful. Let me just trim that off. It seems a shame, doesn't it? But oh, hang on. I'm going to get a rotary cutter that actually works. Here we go. There we go. So I know I've got my right angle there, and then if you do have a ruler, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't go over the top. I just didn't know if that would work. No, do not do that. Do go in with your, take the time. Do you know what, sometimes we get carried away because we want to make things quickly for TV, and actually if we're quilting it should be nice and therapeutic, and there isn't a rush, is there, right now? So take your time. And go in and enjoy it. I really enjoy cutting. So I would use your rotary cutter for the long sides, and then a little pair of snips for those little more detailed points, like that. Okay, so now what we've got, that is going to be going like so, and that will start to form this bit, only I've kind of done it in reverse. It's fine. So you put your right sides together like that, and you'll see this is where Jane's been so clever with her templates, and if you've cut them correctly you'll see that they should line up. You can always cut them back a little bit, but they should all line up so that the dog ear bit. Now, helps if I thread my machine. Let's do that before we sew. You know, call me old-fashioned and that. And then 1/4 of an inch down. So get your 1/4 of an inch foot on, or however it is. This quilt does call for 1/4 of an inch all through. And because Jane's template is rather wonderful, what you'll see when I put it down here is that, look, that point that you've cut there, that is where you are aiming for. So just there, it comes right down to that point there. and then just press that back. And then you get your B-side or C-side or whichever one. Oh, the C-side. Yeah. And again, these will line up with those snips that you made. And then this time, we're going to start from this end, take it to your machine, and off you go. That's the beauty. Jane's done the hard work for you. All you have to do is sew. And I always get nervous because I do my own designs because I'm not very good at following other people's instructions. But I have to say, Jane's are lovely and clear. And the fabric is beautiful to use as well. So this is Moda fabric. And a lot of people, even who don't quilt, will have heard of Moda as, you know, and know that it's a great quality brand. And French General is actually an American company. It's a family-run company. I think that you pronounce her name as Kari. It's K-A-A-R-I. It's not a name I've come across before, so I'm going to assume it's called Kari. She's called Kari. And so French General, she started off designing jewellery and then just ended up with this sort of warehouse come shop full of French-inspired things. She goes to France every year, sources all these sort of French way of living type fabrics and furniture and jewellery and all sorts of curiosities, let's put it that way. And so she's got this large sort of French type department store, and that's French General. And so she's been designing for Moda, her and her family now, and this is the kind of feel that you get, this gorgeous rich reds and a timeless feel. I think that's what we're really getting with this, is a beautiful timeless classic. And if we're quilting, we're making heirlooms, so it's a beautiful thing to have. So you will repeat that, and what that will actually be, if I move it up to here, that will be that. So I've kind of done it in reverse. Let's say I was meant to do that, shall we? Not that I wasn't concentrating. So we'll do that, and then you see you just repeat that all the way around. Now in the middle will be a 4.5 inch square. This is a 4.5 inch square. These are 4.5 inch squares on every corner. So I'll show you how to do one of those, and then it's just a matter of repeating that. And then I'll show you the variation, which is that.
Look forward to those. Thanks very much indeed, Natasha. Very nice indeed. Now, it's proving very, very popular. I can tell you now it's up to 60%, actually, almost 60% of the stock now allocated. So you've been watching that demonstration as well. I imagine now there'll be more people putting them into the basket as well now, of course, once you've sort of seen Natasha working her magic with it and putting some of those pieces together for you. Do make sure you take advantage of this. It is absolutely superb, this. It's beautiful. 016827. Not just because, of course, you get the fantastic Moda fabrics. The design works beautifully with that whole star chain, that they've got that whole kit there for you. But also don't forget your flexi buy now makes it spread over 3 payments. It's an Easter extra. See, extra that are doing there. So now actually that brings your payments right down. So your first payment is just £26.65. So for large projects like this, to be able to spread the cost across the board like that over 3 payments, really, we do hope that that makes a difference for you. You can do it. 016827. Now, also don't forget, of course, you've got your one-day special, and you've got option 1 and option 2, of course, your beautiful Moda fabric here from the French General that you're looking at here, which is fantastic. 11 pieces that you're getting here of your fat quarter bundle. Option 1 and there's option 2, and you'll find those on the website for you. And again, great saving anyway, as you expect for a one-day special. £20 saving on this, but listen to this, your first payment will only be £11.65, plus your P&P on your first payment. But if that really does make a difference for you to get the beautiful French General over 20 years for this actually as a brand itself to work with the Moda fabrics. It is absolutely beautiful. Gorgeous reds. You've got peaches and pinks in there as well that work beautifully across either option that you're going to look at. They really are stunning. Now, I'll give you a quick stock update on where we're up to this one. Half the stock on option 1 has now already been allocated, and option 2 is now at 75% for this as well. Now, again, don't forget, this is a huge all-day stock when you have for the one-day special. So 75% just goes to show you just how busy it really is and how many people really do want to get this fantastic material while you can do, and so they can carry on with their crafting at home during these challenging times. Don't forget, in this hour, we've also got for you a happy hour deal, and that's going to give you the chance here for only $9.99. And don't forget, it's only for this hour. It's going up to $14.99 at the end of this hour. If you want to go for your 5-piece fat quarter bundle, now these are your beautiful floral designs. I'll tell you what, I've very, very quickly just pull this out. Just going to show you some of the ideas that you can sort of see on here, but they really love. You've got little birds, you've got the floral in there as well. You've got some lovely patterns that will work really, really nice as well. Quite quirky. You've got a lovely little owl, very cute indeed. And then you've got your beautiful alternate with your cream as well to work with of those. But they are beautiful. It's only $9.99 for this hour only. 625-584. Right, then I think it's time that we return now to a pre-recorded filming again for another demonstration from our wonderful Natasha. Here she is.
Now, a quilt and a block that I've always wanted to try and always sort of steered clear of, because when you fold them over it feels a bit funny, is the Harlequin, is the lovely diamonds, 60-degree diamonds, lots of different names for them. So we're going to have a go at these. What I've done, I'm going to do it in a series of 3. So from my fat quarter set, I've sort of set them out so that I've got like dark ones, mid-tones and lights. And from there, I chose a dark, a mid-tone and a light. And that's what I'm going to work with. I'll put the other ones over there and I'm going to cut strips from these. So let's see where we're at there. I think when there are certain numbers, aren't there, in quilting, and your 1/4 of an inch is certainly one of them that you just get used to. And I remember when I first started out, and I'd be saying, oh, have you measured that? Have you measured that? How do you know it's 1/4 of an inch? And people would just say the most time, oh, I just eyeball it, and, you know, it just works for me. And you go, well, that's all very well and good, but actually, if you can't eyeball, then what are you going to do? So let's have a look here. Going to use my creator grid. You can use your normal rulers. I just find that this is the easiest way for me. So taking off that edge, gosh, I've been a bit generous with that. I'm taking off there. Oh. Time for a new blade, I think. There we are. Right. What number should we go? Right, let's go every 3 inches. Now, on the bottom of your ruler, you've got a star for every 1.5 inches. So I'll cut every alternate star. So here we are here. I'm cutting through quite a lot of layers, by the way. So these rotary cutters are fab for that. I think that will do us for now. If you do just get a little, I mean, I've cut through, look how many layers I've cut through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh gosh, I didn't realise that number. 9, 10. I was cutting through 12 layers of fabric. Okay, I think it's forgiven somehow if it catches. Oh, look. Right, yeah. So I demand quite a lot from my operators. And now I'm just going to lay these out on a 60-degree. Now, people say, Natasha, you're laying it out on a 30-degree line. Yeah, but 90 degrees minus 30 degrees gives you your 60 degrees, right? So I can lie that on there and I will still get my 60-degree triangles. So let's lie those out like that. If you've got a normal quilting ruler, you can do this and you can line those up. For me, I always get a bit confused, and that's another easily confused. We're noticing a trend here, aren't we? I'm easily confused. So what I'm going to do is, my selvage is there, so we won't worry about that. I'm going to line up my 0 line there, right at that point there. So when I put my blade in and cut, that's going to cut there. And then I'm going to cut every 3 inches, because that was the width of the fabric that I cut. So There's my 3, and then my 6, 9, and just spread your hands out so that it doesn't move. 15. Will I get another in? Oh, not quite. Okay. And there I have my diamonds ready to go. So if I want to create something ongoing like this, then I can do that very easily because we have the technology. How cool is that? Or it might be that you want to repeat it. And this before is where I'd always come unstuck. I was like, oh, how do I do that? So what order have I done it in? I've gone that, then that. So it would be, hang on, red, that, red, that. And you basically, you sew them in strips like that. But it means that you've got to flip them, and you've got to add in 1/4 inch. So if I flip that across like that, if I show you, if I sort of put my finger on where that 1/4 inch would be, I'll put a ruler on it. So that's where the 1/4 inch would be. If I fold that back from there, you can see that is going to give one lovely continuous line like that. So I've got to come in, when I take this to the sewing machine, it's going to go to the machine like this. And this is going to overlap. And if I want to measure that, then you will see, and you can see on this ruler, that is 1/4 inch there. So this is my 1/4 inch here, and where that fabric comes in and that takes over, that is exactly 1/4 inch there, which means that is going to be 1/4 inch there. And when I take this to the machine, my needle is going to hit there and sew all the way down, and it will come off there. Now, if that worries you, mark it. Just mark, you know, draw it in if you need to. But I'm going to carefully lift this to the machine. And if you've got a 1/4 inch foot, there, that very first time that needle goes into that fabric is right on that dip. And if I've got this right, then when it comes off, and I put this on here for you, so you can see there, I've gone right, and that's where my needle is hit, and I've sewn in a straight line down there, and it's come off right there. So where that fabric comes up and that goes there, that is the point. It's almost like a little arrow saying, come out this bit, go in there, come out that bit. So now, again, take it over to the machine. If you want to give it a quick spritz with some starch, because as soon as you cut across those, across the warp and the weft on that bias, then it can be a little bit bendy. Let's just set the seams and then knock back. I am pretty happy with that. Look at that. Oh, I'm pleased with that. So let's do one more just to prove that wasn't a fluke. Well, that's dangerous, isn't it? So I'm going to line up my 1/4 inch. I'm going to get a ruler or something to double check it. There's no shame in that. So even if you just put that fabric along there like that, and line up that so that that comes in at that 1/4 inch, there like that, and then take those up together. I've got my finger on there so that when I lift it, it isn't coming apart. Get a vice-like grip on that, take it across to the machine. I don't know how things move quite so much between there and the machine, but it always kind of does. Maybe I should just actually adjust it on the machine. Maybe that would be more sensible. But I know that when I put that foot down and I start to stitch, I'm right. Yes, there it is. If that goes in directly where those two fabrics meet, then I know I'm going to be pretty much in for a straight line, which is just fab. So again, quick spritz there with the iron, and then press back. Actually, let's do it from that way there. Yeah, no, that's going to be beautiful. Oh, wow, how lovely is that going to look? And so you can start to build up all sorts of beautiful, timeless designs, using your rulers, using... It's like cooking, isn't it? You start with great ingredients and you cannot go wrong.
Okay, very, very quickly, because I'm going to get another VT in for you so you can see another demonstration from Natasha in less than 20 seconds from now. And I just want to give you a quick update on the one-day special. Option 1, we are now over half the stock has now already been allocated. Now then, get very close now, this one. We're looking at 80% of the stock on option 2 now has already gone. 061485. It is available on your flexi buy. Look at that price. 3 payments. Your first payment's only £11.65. Are you ready for another one? Should we get one more demo? Can we squeeze it in? Right, roll VT.
Okay, so let's finish off this block. So I need now to do the middle square. So that's a 4.5 inch strip that I'm going to cut. And again, if you've got your stripology, use that. But decide which fabrics you want to go for. And then you'll end up cutting a few of these. So like I say, if you do have something like your stripology, then you're well away. So 4.5 inches there. So 4.5 plus 4.5 is 9. And there we go, we've got those. So when you've got that, these are going to sew onto either side. Give them a little press if they are in need. And again, this is the beauty of quilting, isn't it? It's that it doesn't matter. This block is going to look so different to the ones in the quilt just because I've chosen different fabrics to go with it. All part of the Chafakani range from French General. To work with it is lovely. It is beautiful quality fabric. It's really rich and thick. Love it. But that's, you get what you pay for. So I'm going to press this away. A tip on pressing, it always takes me ages to remember this, but whatever fabric is on top is the fabric that will, is the side that the seam will go to. So I'm just going to press away there. And then there, right sides together, there, and then that 1/4 inch seam down there. And that is one column, effectively. Effectively done. So that would be there. It's kind of in reverse, isn't it? So that's that one. And then if I were to look at that one there, then you'd put just a plain 4.5 inch there. So let's have a look then, because you've got plain ones there, but then the chain parts are these little 4 squares there, and I'm just going to show you a really quick, easy way to do those. And then that's everything covered in the quilt, and you'll be good to go. So what you need are to pick 2 fabrics and have them contrasting colours, sort of ish. So I've gone with this. Oh, the selvages on these fabrics are beautiful. Right, so I've gone with this lovely pink one here. And that's just it. This this colour combination, you've got beautiful neutrals, you've got pastels in there, but then you've got that rich, vibrant red as well. It's a really gorgeous colour combination. And I'm going to cut from here. Oh yeah. A 2.5 inch strip. And then I will press it. So you cut your 2 strips, press them if needs be. These have all been folded up in my car on the way here, so they could do with a quick press. And this is just a way to batch make, and then you'll have them all there ready to go. So you're going to pop right sides together, like so, and then sew your 1/4 inch all the way down. Now, if you need to pin, pin. I'm not a big pinner, just because generally don't have time for pinning. Oh my goodness me. But that's the other thing. I mean, I think, especially if people are starting out with quilting, there's a misconception that, oh, I'll just buy cheap fabric and that will be fine until I get good, and then I'll go on to the good stuff. But the trouble is, if you use cheap fabric, it's generally a looser weave. It's going to move around more. You're going to have to really starch it before, you know, if you want it to hold still and not shift around all over the place. Far better, if this is going to be something that you love doing, far better to just get the best quality fabrics that you can. And with the Moda Fabrics, Chafakani fabrics, it's a real treat to work with. So you're going to look forward to actually working with it. And you're not going to have the nightmare that you would with cheap fabrics. Okay. Don't get me wrong, there's a time and a place for them, but on an heirloom-based quilt, it really isn't it. And when we bring you the Moda at these kind of prices, which I believe are the best in the market at present, then you would be crazy to miss out on that. So I set the seam first, and then I open it up and press, just using the edge of my iron to just knock the fabric across. Now, when I use my stripology, I'm going to cut this subcut into 2.5 inch strips. And when I do that, instead, normally, when we did the show yesterday about creative grids, I said line up your bottom line. But with the greatest will in the world, when you're sewing together 2 strips over any length of time, any length, there's always going to be a little bit of wiggle. So instead, this time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to match my seams through the middle. So I'm going to make sure that I'm going to match a line through here, through that middle seam. And that is going to be my guide. So I'm going to ignore what's going on down here. I can trim that back later. But if I want to have perfect points, I'm going to line up that central point with my seam. And then I'm going to come in and cut my 2.5 inches, and again with your stripology ruler, if you managed to get one yesterday, well done. Every 2.5 inches there's a little square, so that's what I'm looking for, so you don't have to be a whiz at maths. And how quick has that cut through all of those? And we are all good. Look, there are my 2.5 inch squares all cut, ready to go. And so then it's just a case of flipping and matching the seam. So if I show this on the overhead camera there, can you see how those seams are lined up? Because of how I press the seams, when I spin one around, they abut and they interlock, and that's going to give me a perfect seam. Well, fingers crossed. I mean, this is TV, so anything could happen. But that's the plan. And you can chain piece these. Absolutely, you can chain piece these. So spin one, turn it around, off you go. Again, if you need to pin, do. You know, there's absolutely no shame in it. That you've spent your money. Make sure that you're happy with the end result. And but enjoy doing it. It's such a lovely quilt to make. I've had it actually sounds right, slung over the. I've got my mum's old rocking horse in the hall, and I haven't seen the version of because we did the photography for the version that you're getting, and that is my mum's rocking horse from when she was 6 or 7 years old. That's in our hall, and that sort of it just evokes that kind of classic feel. There we go. So there's your chain. Snip with your little scissors, and then take to your pressing mat and press. And what you'll get is perfectly pieced points in the middle because we lined up that centre on every single one. Well, on the first two. If I don't show the others, then we know they were a bit dodgy. But no, we're good again. I mean, that can't be luck, can it? Surely, can it? No, look, there we go. That is about using the right tools for the job. So what we've got now is you've started to get this chain that's going through there. And that's what those blocks are making. So now, if I wanted to go with another one to show you, then I will put that together with that. And that's how you make the centre bit, everything. That's it. That is all there is really in the quilt. But because Jane is amazing, what she's also done is she's given you full instructions on how to quilt, how to put the quilt together, and how to actually quilt it. She's incredibly generous with her knowledge, is Jane. She's a really lovely lady. I've got a lot of time for her. So there you go, press that back. That one too. Now, this is the other thing to note. If you notice here, you've got your chain going like that. Now, Jane's used a different one going through there for interests of speed and time. Just be careful on your placement. So if I wanted to use the same and have the chain going through like that and crossing over, then I would place that one there, and then they would go like that. So just be careful about where you're placing them. So when that is sewn together, that gives you one, and then you can have that in the middle, and then you'd have that going through there, that going through there, and you'd have that same block there, that there, and the same that would be flipped there, and that would be there and there, and that's it. That's all there is in the block. There you go. So you could see that would be starting to build it up like that. And so you just sew the rows together and then trim back your blocks, sew them all together, and that's what you end up with. Now, in between blocks there is a strip, and again it's connected with a little square there, but all of this is in your instructions. And it really does come together and make the most exquisite quilt.
And here it is, here it is, here it is, here it is. Absolutely beautiful, isn't it? It really is. And I really hope you have been inspired now. We're approaching now 60% of the stock, of course, of this, proving really, really popular indeed. So I really hope that they have been really useful from Natasha, all the demonstrations that you've been seeing. I'm sure they have. Also, the one-day special, give you an update on where we're at with that at the moment. Of course, at the moment, option 1 and option 2. You're looking at here, we're now approaching, I do believe it's at 60 60% of option 1. Now, almost 85% of option 2. So, not a lot in it, but option 2 at the moment has just got the nose ahead. Whichever one you want to choose from, it's 061485. And don't forget, of course, for the Easter special, you can do this over 3 flexi buys as well, which means that your first payment is just £11.65 plus your P&P, your first one. By the way, don't forget your happy hour deal there, 625584. It's £9.99 at the moment, and it will be there for around about the next 5 or 6 minutes. Otherwise, the price goes back up to your £14. Listen, thank you so much indeed. Don't go anywhere. We've got more lined up after this. Get ready. If you're looking for some reading matter to take you through, of course, then crafting magazines, Alex is going to take you through with so much to have a look at to keep us occupied while we're all indoors.
Hi, we're the team from Daisy Bee Stamps. My name's Nina, this is Josie, and this is my dad Roy. And we design and manufacture our very own polymer stamps. So 3 years ago, we decided to embark on turning our own designs into polymer stamps. We're really excited about where this is going to take us in the future and how we can evolve those designs and keep bringing you something that's just so different. So we wanted to add an extra element to our stamp collection, and this was down to Josie using her iPad and hand drawing the amazing sentiments that we now have in our collection. All our designs complement each other so that you can use them again and again to create something new. So make sure you don't miss the Daisy Bee shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Emma.
And I'm Pam.
And we're from Quilters Trading Post. We've been open since 2007, so we're coming up to 10 years now.
We started our business in Cambridge, really, with a long arm quilting machine. We decided we wanted to make a proper business of it, so we bought a shop in this area. We soon grew out of that because we became successful, and we bought a school, and now we're in the school.
We have 4 parts to our business. We have the quilting service, we run workshops, we sell patchwork and quilting threads, fabrics and notions, and we do patterns and books. That's our newest thing, and our favourite being our crafters carry-all.
We've really enjoyed being on Hochanda. It's made us famous, really. We've got lots of people who now come into the shop and tell us that they've seen us and that they've enjoyed the demonstrations and they've watched us over and over again.
Make sure you don't miss our shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. What I really love about Hochanda is I get to demonstrate lots of different techniques for you to understand how to use our products and hopefully inspire you. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowing Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rounding shows on Hochanda.
Indeed, we are, well, yes, I think it launched yesterday, didn't it? Our Easter event. It's lovely. So with your flexi baskets, basically, instead of £60, coming down to £30. How marvellous is that? And, of course, you can spread the cost over 3 ways, so it's all very good. Now, if you love your inspirational magazines, and it's interesting, actually, because I'm part of a few, you know, craft groups on Facebook and whatnot, on social media, and it's interesting because now we're all stuck indoors. Sometimes you can get a bit of a crafty block. So what we've got for you on here is inspiration. We've got die cutting magazines. I'm going to show you these, which are brush lettering magazines. You've got, what else? Stamping inspirational magazines, crochet, sewing. So do get ahead on the, you know, whatever your passion is, whichever area, maybe it's all of them that I've just mentioned. Have a look on the website. Now, I'm going to have a little flick through. This is the brush lettering. Now, a lot of people are getting into it. So if you're thinking, actually, this is the perfect time to get into it, let's have a little flick through. Now, as well as the 3 magazines, you're also getting some goodies along with it. Essentially, with the magazines, you are paying 3 for the price of 2 and all of those wonderful goodies. Now, let's take a look in here. I think our lovely Lou Collins is in here. Why is it always difficult to flick through? No, let's do it this way. That's easier, isn't it? Marvellous. Look at this, the beautiful lettering that you can do. Look at all of these projects. So it's got lots of news and ideas. Maybe what sort of mediums you might want to use with your brush lettering. That's cool. I mean, look at that font. I love that. Oh, isn't that card lovely? That is really pretty. I mean, it's a real skill, I think, your brush lettering. Oh, bubble. Oh, I like bubbles. Bubbles, that's good. But, like, it is a real skill, and I know a lot of people, I think it's like the more you practice, the better you get at it. So we've got craft stash there. Oh, that's nice. Look at that. On the back of a leather jacket. That's cool. Liking this. Got loads of inspiration in here. So this one is your first one. I'll just quickly... Oh, stitching your brush lettering. That is also so cool. Oh, loads of inspiration. If we get time, I'll come back to it and maybe start halfway through that magazine. We've got a second magazine. Lovely bundles. Okay. And... let's see, this is the sort of thing you can be doing here. Actually, you're right. I won't flick through too much because I don't want to give away too much of what you're going to be getting. But just an idea. Oh, I like that, obviously. Oh, there's Lou. There's our Lou Collins. There she is. And Lou has done some demos here in the studio for us. Look at that. Nice. Oh, that's nice. I also love that it tells you a little bit about the designers. I always think that's nice. Nice little insight, isn't it? So that is your partway through your second magazine. Third magazine. This is issue 9. Do you know, even down to the quality of the magazine, I think that's really going to last you. Practical Publishing, of course, brilliant brand that we have with us here. Oh, look, see, journals. Journals, love those. Making your own. I thought, I misread that then. I thought it said don't dirt. No, it's just don't quit. There you go. Look at that. Really nice with the dots and spots and stuff. Oh, nice. Home decor too. Gorgeous. And, right, we've got bonus goodies. Let's start with this, because I thought this was magazine. But look, it's the creative lettering, big book of creative lettering. Again, fabulous quality. Now, you've got some practice sheets in here. You've got template. Oh, nice font. And you've got some inspiration. All different fonts. uppercase and lowercase, as you are seeing. So you can practice. I like that you've got the space too. You can keep going, keep practicing. So I guess the idea is you go over the top, get your hand in, if you will, and then get yourself in the flow, and then you can start going on to the blank pages. All right, and we've got some sentiments. Happy birthday, congratulations, happy Easter, happy Valentine's Day, trick or treat. Yes. Traditional calligraphy corners, these are. And then you've got your letters. This is cool. Oh, right. And then we go on to some shapes and some images that maybe you can have a little practice with. We've even got some papers in there. Oh, like it. Lots of templates. There's more. I haven't finished. Okay, down here. Right, we are busy for this one. You've got the pen for your lettering, but you've also got a stencil, which is marvellous. Look at that. You've got bunting. You've got the arrows and the rainbow, which is obviously very appropriate at the moment. I've seen so many rainbows in people's windows, which I think is gorgeous. Right, you got that. You've got more. Shall I pick it? Where's it good for you, Andy? Here? There? Okay, fine. Okay, more of your templates. Let's have another little flick through. Brilliant. So you're not paying for these. These are all your bonus goodies. Nice. A bit of practice. Oh, I like that on the back. Think outside the box. And there's more. Let's move over here. And again, a little flick through. Different fonts, which is awesome. Oh, yes, I like those fonts. And again, is that self-love? I like the pointillism one. Pointillism, however you pronounce that. Still more. Look, you've got this too. Let's have a little flick through. This is wedding calligraphy. To be honest, this is a good time to be doing this, to get your hand in, so that by the time we can all get married, you're a dab hand at it, and you'll be sending out your invites. That's lovely. Gorgeous. Okay, now 10% of this collection of magazines has already gone. You're getting the 3 issues, loads of inspiration in there. You've got all of these bonus gifts. You're only paying £10.97. So this is going to keep you occupied. Oh, did we say how many lovely? We'll have a little look through. Anyway, we'll have a little look through. Okay, £10.97, 992,764. Do shop ahead. As I said, we've got magazines, all with bonus goodies for die cutting, for stamping, for sewing, for crocheting, for all sorts of things. Now, we do have a lovely little, we've got a couple of videos that Lou, which Lou is this now? It is Lou Collins. Lou Collins has sent in. Let's take a little look.
With your Simply Lettering magazine bundle, you're going to be getting the latest 3 issues of Simply Lettering. That's issue 7, issue 8 and issue 9. Now with each of these you get some practice sheets. With issue 8 and issue 9, these are your regular 16-page practice sheet sets. And as you can see, you've got alphabets in there, but then as you go through, you also have templates that have come from the projects in the magazine, so you can recreate those projects. With issue 7, you're going to be getting a bumper 32-page practice book. We're calling it the Big Book of Creative Lettering. This is as thick as the magazine, and it is included for you, full of templates and guidelines for you to copy, to trace, to get inspiration from, as well as some backgrounds here and some grids for you to work with too. Now, if you're new to lettering, don't worry, because we do have so many tutorials in here aimed at beginners. There's also pages that will help you if you are completely new, take you right from the beginning. What is lettering? How do you get started? But I always suggest the best way to get started is with the practice sheets. So I'll just show you how these work. So each of our alphabets, and we do have quite a few throughout the sheets, they are varying different fonts, they're varying scripts. But essentially, what you want to be doing is getting used to doing the thick downstroke and the thin upstroke that is common with any sort of lettering. So these are all different fonts that you can practice. You can trace over because they're the pale grey, and then you've got the guidelines underneath, so you can continue with those as well. So if I just show you with these, we've actually made sure these are a super smooth paper that you can go on really well with your pens. If you do have brush pens that could potentially fray, this will not damage them. The ink will also dry ever so quickly for you, so there's no smudging even if you are left-handed. So these are really easy to follow, and then when you're ready you can go on underneath and draw your own and practice putting your own words together if you want to. Now you can see we do also indicate what size of brush pens these are for, so we've got some large ones here, and then as I go through you can see we've got some that are ideal for smaller ones. We've also got the dip pen as well, so your pen and ink that you may have seen used if you want to try that too. Throughout Simply Lettering we cover all sorts of different styles of lettering. As you can see here, this is really a very modern font that would be perfect for wedding calligraphy perhaps, for more modern makes, and then we have our more traditional over here. We also have things like our colour wheels here to help you when planning your projects, whether it be lettering projects or even if it's for paper crafting or knitting, sewing. Every project you need to look at the colours you're using and make sure they're working well together. So things like this colour wheel are really going to help you maybe to have on the wall in your craft room to help you look at what colours work well together. Throughout the template packs, there's lots of templates like this from our very talented designers. They've all provided these for us so that you can use them as guidelines to be able to create your own projects. And the easiest way to do this initially is either with a light board, placing the light board underneath each of the pages and letting the light shine through, or with some parchment or some tracing paper. This is just great for getting you used to joining your words together. So I'm going to use this one, and I'm going to take a brush pen and just simply copy straight over to create my own piece of writing that can go on a card, it can go on a scrapbook page, it could go in a frame as a gift, whichever you want it to do. So I'm going to follow the lines, the guidelines that have been given in the magazine, and that's pressing down when I do my downstrokes and releasing the pressure, so pressing ever so lightly whenever I'm going in another direction. So on the R here, I know that I'm going downwards, so I need to press down. That makes my brush pen create a thicker stroke. And then all the other strokes, I'm just touching the tip of the pen ever so lightly on the page. It takes a little while to get used to this, but once you're used to it, it really does start to come natural, and you'll create beautiful lettering very, very quickly without even thinking about it. So you can then start thinking about personalising projects, adding names, adding your own greetings if you want to as well. Maybe you're a cake decorator, maybe you create gifts and you sell them online, whatever it may be. You can now offer this personalised service where you're using your new lettering skills that you've learned in Simply Lettering magazine. Now you'll notice throughout the magazine that there are lots of different styles of lettering. So from this one through to the lettering that we see here on the alphabet, very different fonts. We're giving you the option to learn all of these, and then you can pick which is your favourite, and you will adapt your own style. So it's good to learn tracing to begin with, but eventually you'll decide that actually you like your own style and that will be unique to you. So there's my finished piece that I've traced over. I found that really easy tracing, following, just concentrating on those thick lines down, the thin lines going upwards. When I lift this off, you can see that I have my own lettered piece. That could be in any colours. This could be on a piece of cardstock or paper if you've got a light board. So you can create this in your own way and just get practicing.
I have got so much respect for anybody who does brush lettering because I just think it's such a beautiful craft. And so you could do it with these. Are 3 wonderful magazines. Basically you're getting sort of 3 for the price of 2. Plus you've got all of your free, bonus goodies, which we love. Just £10.97, saving £7. oodles of inspiration in there. 992764, and nearly a quarter of the stock of our fabulous magazines, the brush lettering ones, have gone. Now we have another bundle for you. If you are into your paper crafting, we've got your essentials. Now have a look here. 126 ideas, 132 ideas, 135 ideas, and then loads again of bonus goodies. We're looking really at just under 400 amazing ideas to give you lots of inspiration. Again, I'm just going to give this a little bit of a flick through, just to give you a little taster of the sorts of things you can be doing in here. You've got easel cards, loving that. We've got mythical cards. Oh, do you know what? I've seen some of these magazines, if we get to it, they've got craft wardrobes. Oh, I desperately want one of those. Desperate. Right, have a little look a little bit more. You can win some goodies as well. Oh, that's adorable. Look, and it's got the lights behind it. That's really sweet. Yep, have a little look here. Fabulous. Was that? Oh, no. Oh, that's nice for Father's Day. Yeah. Oh, that's June the something. I can't remember when. Right, that's a little taster of that magazine. Still going though. And you know what? What a lot of people do is they collect these magazines, keep them, and then sometimes, you know, you can use them. Obviously, you can use them as a resource, and you can keep going back to them. I mean, nice as if you're with family, you're isolating with family. How lovely to get the family involved in your crafts. Get the other half. I bet he'll get right. You know, if your other half has been, you know, moaning about how much craft stash, just get him into crafting now. Keep him out of trouble. Oh wow, embossing powder. Sorry, I'm just looking at those shelves. That's my idea of heaven. That really is. I love my wow powders. Gorgeous. And that's that one. And then we have another mag. As we were saying, just under 400 projects. Now this one's lovely because one of the bonus goodies you're going to get with this, which I'll show you in a second, is all Alice in Wonderland themed, and there's some glorious ideas. Oh, now this was one of my I was looking through, I've been looking through the magazines, and this one I want to do gives you even down to, you know, the measurements of scoring, how to pop it together. It's very clever. I like that. I think because that's one of those mantelpiece pleasers, don't you think? Liking those. That's another good one for maybe gents as well as ladies. I'm desperate to find you where is it? Talk amongst yourself. Oh, that's pretty. I really want to show you this craft wardrobe. No, it's not that one. I really want this craft wardrobe. I'm saying that. Oh, look, there's the Alice in Wonderland stuff. I'm saying this because actually it's a major hint to my other half. I'll find it in one of the VTs. Ah, here. Hang on, hang on. I really want this. It's so cool. And then I've got all my storage sorted and a desk. I love these. I think they're brilliant. Now, not just your magazines again. Bonus goodies. You know, I was saying about, if I've just picked this up, you know, I was saying about, yeah, Alice in Wonderland. 63 elements. Oh, does it help you make an impossible card kit? Oh, I love it. But you can see all of the details that you've got in here. Look, oh, and then, yep, there's inspiration on the packet too. 6 impossible card blanks you're getting with designed background papers. There's loads in there. That's a bonus goodie. You're also getting some stamps. These stamps go with the middle one, but it doesn't matter because you're not choosing because you're getting the whole lot. Yeah, look, for your rainy days. Although the weather's rather nice at the moment, isn't it? Loads of stamps. Oh, you've got dye there as well. Oh, that's brilliant. So hopefully that matches. Very nice. Ah, look, feeling a little under the weather. That's a good sentiment. Bring May flowers. Oh, okay, fine. Okay, and then we've also got another set with loads of elements in, fresh florals. Again, another 63 elements. Look, you can see you've got die-cut toppers there, sentiments, papers. Very nice. Loving that. You know what? I would even use the packaging because the packaging's dead cool. Really, really good. Those elements you're not paying for either, the ones across the front. £9.97. Remember, you've got literally just shy of 400 projects or ideas in there. 635056 is your item number, and as I said, it's £9.97 and you've got an £8 saving. Gosh, so basically again that's 3 for the price of 2. Next one, I really like this set too because you've got your die cutting essential bundle. Again, you can see you've got some goodies down the bottom. I'll go through those in a sec. 141 projects, 134 projects and 140 projects. Is that over 400? It is, isn't it? Yeah. Brilliant. Over 400. Right, let's have a little look. In fact, what I'll do this time round is I'll show you the goodie that goes with each one. Who's that on the packaging? There's our Paula. And you can see you've got the dies here. You've got a border die. You've got that lovely die with the outie bit as well as the innie bit, if you know what I mean. And then you've got sentiments and a banner. So those are your dies that you're not paying for. And then you can see the inspiration here. Got lots of different ways that you can be using it. Okay, lovely. Have a look at all of those little innie bits. Oh, that's nice. I like the background on this one. Have a little flick through. Oh, I like the jigsaw one. Ah, that's fabulous. Lots of die cutting tips and hints in here. That's pretty. You can make gift boxes too. Right, next one. With the next one, this is the inspiration. Oh, you can make a little Easter basket. I love inspiration magazines. Little Easter basket, yay! You can see you've got the dies there. You've got an Easter egg die, that's cute. Can you see it just in the corner? That's really cute, isn't it? Okay, little look through here, quick flick. I think this one might be my favourite of the sets of magazines. Yeah, I love my die cutting. Yeah, there you go, you've got the basket. It gives you ideas of different machines. Chocolate. With different machines you can be using. Oh, that's a really pretty card. Look at that. Oh, yeah, I'm really liking this. Oh, Easter egg tree. Easter egg tree. Very nice. And last but not least, you've got, these are cute. This is right up my street as well. I like the fish. Right, we've got some fish dies. You can see here, and also some, you know, like coral and some seaweed. That's in there. I pop that down. Ah, Christina. Christina's on the cover here. Of course, from our practical publishing. Again, it gives you another idea of what you can be doing, what you can be making. That's cool. That's nice and fresh, isn't it? I like that. And I think a lot of seascapes are very on trend at the moment. Ah, you've got thingy horses, seahorses. Couldn't think of the word. Mum. Glorious. Yes, I like this collection a lot. Oh, little bags you can be making. Good, isn't it? Right. Oh, that's a really nice card. Okay, £16.97 for all 3 of the magazines and your bonus goodies, saving a whopping £13. 076524 is your item number. We do have another lovely little video to show you, so let's take a look.
With the Die Cutting Essentials bundle of magazines, the exclusive die that you're getting with issue 62 is the Bright Rosa set, and this is by our very own Paula. So I'm going to use this one to create a card. Now within the magazine there are a lot of instructional projects that tell you how you can use this die, but I'm going to do a completely different project here. Now I've got a card base that opens up so like this, and it's a long rectangle one, and I've made sure that the base is just wide enough to fit the width of my die. Now I'm going to be placing my die just there, so it's around about, if you split the card into thirds, so say 1/3, 2/3, the die sits around about central to the line between the bottom and the middle third there. So working with thirds is quite common practice when you're working with any sort of design, and it goes the same for paper crafts. It's just more pleasing to the eye than say if it was central. So I've taped my die down to the front of my cards there, just with a little bit of low tack or washi tape. I'm going to open my card up and I'm going to run that through the die cutting machine and cut that through before I come back. So I've run this through my die cutting machine, and I'm now carefully going to release the tape, making sure I'm not going to be tearing my cardstock at all, so extra careful with that, and then release my die, and all of these pieces will fall out beautifully, as you can see. I love this look with only part of the image released, and if you're careful you could probably actually work on paper piecing some of these back in if you wanted to. Now I'm going for a see-through look, so a sort of funky aperture, so I'm going to release these, but that's another look that you could go with if you wanted to. Maybe paper piece some back in a different colour. That would be fun. So the next stage for me is to cut 2 borders, and I'm going to use a black cardstock because it's going to be really striking then. And I'm going to cut one that will fit across the top and another one to fit across the bottom, just to frame this aperture that we've got in our card base. So I'll cut these from black cardstock. So I've cut 2 of the strips there with my die. And the great thing about these is the strips actually remain intact in the cardstock. So if you want to create yourself a border within a panel, you can do that. Or like myself, you can cut them out. So you could use a paper trimmer, or I'm just going to do these by hand myself and trim the ends and then trim along the straight edge here. Now you can make this straight edge as wide or as slim as you want it to be. Mine's going to be quite slim in keeping with the rest of the design. And then snip the edges, and I'm going to take some smaller scissors and just snip into the scallop there. So you can repeat this die over and over again to create one long strip if you want to, and they are going to sit just above and below my aperture there. So if you wanted a really contemporary looking card, you could leave this black and white, and then you could pop a panel of coloured cardstock just underneath, and that would look really, really pretty. But I'm going to add a bit more colour to the front of mine and put a darker panel underneath. So popping these strips to the side just for now, I'm going to take a dark piece of purple cardstock, and I'm just going to adhere this into my card. So I've cut it to size already, and using a wet glue, I'm just going to run around the edges, a little in the middle. Now this is a wet glue that will dry completely clear, so don't worry if some goes over the edges. Press that down and just make sure that it's all neat and tidy when you close your aperture, and you can just see the purple, nothing's peeking out of the edges at all. Then I've got 2 more panels that I've cut, and these are a pattern paper, but the colour coordinates perfectly with the purple in the background. Now again, I'm going to glue these down flat using a wet glue. So the next stage is for me to place my black borders that we cut out over the edge there, and I'm just going to snip the edges once I've glued them down to neaten them up to make sure they're the perfect size. Now these are small, so you want to use a wet glue ideally. That will be the best thing to stick this down with. And I'm just using lots of tiny little dots, not squeezing the glue too much. Just making sure that I've got enough on there to hold this down. And I'm placing it along the edge of the pattern paper, so I've got a nice neat finish to the border. Making sure it's central as well, so when I cut those edges I've got the same amount either end. And the same with the one on the bottom. Just being careful not to get any glue on the inside here, because you don't want that to seep through and stick your card together. And then once they've stuck down, you may need to put a weight on them just for a few moments to get them to grip. I'm just going to snip along the very edge of my card to neaten these edges up. At this stage, if you need to add any more glue to the ends here, you can do that once you've cut them. There we go. Then I'm just going to finish this off with a sentiment, and we have a sentiment in the die set here that says "with love," so I'm going to use this one. I'm just going to release my words from the die. They release absolutely beautifully, like so, and these will be placed at the top there. Be gentle because they are very delicate, and we have release holes over the back of the die, so if you need to, you can poke through all of those to help you get your cardstock or your sentiment out in one piece. So with love there. I'm just going to glue those down with a wet glue and finish off with some sparkles. So now I've glued down my sentiment in black. I've popped some sparkles on there as well, and now we have a really pretty card with the interest of that aperture going through. Really simple but made beautiful using the exclusive die set that comes with Die Cutting Essentials.
I really like that. I think that looks really, really effective, don't you? Because you are getting the dies with it, all of that wonderful inspiration, and it is just £16.98. You're not paying for those lovely dies down the front there, and you're getting basically 3 for the price of 2 on your magazines. Is a very nice deal. Lots of inspiration to keep us going during these times. Sit. Right, so £16.97. 076524 is your item number. But yeah, I think we were saying there's over 400 projects there. Next, we've got the creative stamping. Core, the goodies you get with these is phenomenal. Now I'm going to flick through reasonably quick because we've got another fantastic video to show you all about the stamping. Let's flick through here, and in fact, see, look at all of these designs. That's cool, isn't it? I'm liking that. I think actually the main thing I'll do is show you the goodies that you're getting with the magazines, because wait till you see this. This is a full A4 sheet of stamps. Now the projects are going to correspond in each magazine, and we just saw some florals in that magazine there. You've also got sentiments. I mean, loving this. Look how many stamps you've got. Fabulous. Next one we have got, oh, I'm picking up the board here. Oh, this is cool. This is going to be a good one for Father's Day, I think. Yeah, get him the glitzy shoes. Right, you've got some really good ideas here. And again, when I show you the stamp set that you get, it's absolutely jam-packed. Look at this. Oh, that's pretty. Liking this. There you go. Look, that's a really good one for gents cards. Now, again, let me show you the goodies that come with this one. This is all about the outdoors. Ah, it's exploring. You've got a hiker. There's a camera, going on a boat. I think we've got a backpack there. There's a scene. Oh, I like this. Look, you've even got the tread of the shoes. Little shoe prints. I also really like the signpost. You could put whatever you like in there. Of course, these are going to fit that, which is good. You've got bigger treads of the shoes. There's a compass. I mean, gosh, you're not paying for these bonus goodies. That's fab. And then another one, another fab magazine that we've got. Oh, has this got fairies in? Oh, lovely. You know, I like my fantasy and all that. And there's hares in there. Gosh, yes, you've got fairies. There's owls. Bit of Christmas. It's not too early now. Look at the little house. It's like a really, oh, sorry, tilt it forward. Little quirky house you've got. Oh, this is marvellous. Oh, I do like these magazines. I want this set as well. Ah, I love that it tells a bit of inspiration or a little bit of background about the demonstrators in here too. Now, look at these goodies. With this set, you're getting fairies, there's toadstools, that's the quirky cottage. Oh, look, a little mice. A little mice. I've just pluralised it. Is that even a word? I don't know. I haven't done earlies for ages. You've got silhouette fairies. You've also got the tree of the silhouette. Wishing you a magical day. I'm still going. There's more, because we've got the hare too. The hare with the moonlight, and also you've got our owl. Oh, he looks quite serious, doesn't he? Very wise. He's very thoughtful. Right, £12.97 for, again, all of that inspiration and all of those bonus goodie stamps. That is amazing. I might count them, actually. I might have a little count. £12.97, 465441 is your item number. We've got another fabulous video giving you some inspiration from this collection. Let's take a look.
With your creative stamping magazine bundle, one of the exclusive stamp sets is this set from Pink Press Studio, and I'm going to create a card using these in a very subtle pastel watercolour effect. The first thing I've done is taken one of the largest stamps and popped it onto my acrylic block. Now I'm going to create my background using this. I have used an anti-static powder bag here just to coat the front of my card, and that's just taken any grease marks and any static away from it, so that when I'm embossing I don't get any little bits sticking where I don't want them. Now I'm going to use a clear embossing ink and press this well all over the stamp. These stamps that come with your exclusive stamp set with the magazine, in fact with all of the issues here, are really, really good quality. They're fantastic quality. You're going to absolutely love using them time and time again. Now I'm going to stamp over the corner of my card here, like so, and press down. So if you're worried about stamping onto your mat, just pop a piece of paper or something underneath. There, and then I'm going to do the same in the bottom corner as well. But I'm going to flip the design round so you do see a different part of it, like so. Now with this you can do both pieces separately if you work quite quickly, but if you're working slowly and you're not confident with stamping, it's a good idea to do one piece of stamping, heat emboss, and then do the other corner. But I've done mine both together because we're working quite quickly here. I'm going to sprinkle some white, or this could be clear if you prefer the look, embossing powder all over my card, capturing it into another card base that's a little bit larger, and then shake off the excess there. So you can just see the beautiful white emboss. Now I'm going to use my card, because I've already got a score line, it's easy to fold and put my embossing powder away. I love the Wow brand of embossing powders here because they're really great at picking up detail. Now before my ink dries, I'm going to quickly heat set these flowers. So there I have heat set my flowers, and it's hard to see them at the moment because they are white on white, but I'm going to add some colour to them. So what I need to do now is take a resistant mat. I'm going to spritz a little water, and I'm going to take a watercolour pencil and just colour into the water, creating a nice pastel shade here in the water that I can pick up now with a water brush. If you leave the nib to dry on the watercolour pencil, that will dry and be ready to use again. So now I'm going to pick up, and I'm going to go over the images really roughly, going over the outlines. I'm just creating a smudged background look here for this layer. The next layer will be much more detailed, just like so, and then a few splats as well, just to blend that out. And then we're going to do the same with another colour. A little bit of water. I'm going to take a pink, a pale pink, and as you colour into the water, you'll see it gradually getting darker and darker. And again, I'm going to pick up the colour and paint onto the card in the gaps where I didn't paint last time. I'm not too worried about these corners because I am going to be placing some colour, another layer over the top of these. So I'm just concentrating on the areas where I need it most, and I want to add some peach to that as well. So I'm just going to lightly dry this, and I am going to dry it ever so lightly so that the heat from the heat gun doesn't affect the heat embossing. And I'm going to dry both sides, so this warping that's happened here, as I dry the other side, that will even it out. So hopefully, as you can see there, we've got a very pale pastel background ready to start building our layers up onto now. So I'm going to pop this to the side, and I'm going to do a very similar effect on a scrap of cardstock, some spare smooth cardstock here. I'm going to re-stamp with the white embossing powder again, some individual flowers here, and then I'm going to do some different colouring with the pencils again. So now I've got a couple of my images heat embossed in white onto my white cardstock. I can start to use these as colouring guides for my flowers that are going to stand on top of my pale pastel background. Now I want these ones to be a little bit darker, so I'm going to go in directly with my pencil into the flowers. So I'm going to take a pinky colour first of all, and it is a watercolour pencil, it's not a regular pencil, that won't work. So you do need the watercolour one, and I'm just going to go in quite dark into the centre of the flowers. Now don't worry too much about pressing too hard because you don't want to remove any of that heat embossing, just hard enough so that you can get some colour on there, and you can move the colour about now with the water brush as well. So I'm not going to squeeze any water out, I've just got a damp bristles here, and I'm just going to rub some water into that colour just to make it all liquidy, all in the centre, so it's all fluid. And then the next stage is to dry the brush off a little bit more and start dragging some of that colour out a bit further, and it's a little bit paler now, and then repeat again until your flower is covered with colour on the petals, but the centre being the darker parts. So I'm just going to bring a little more colour in with a pencil, add a little bit of peachy colour to the centre in little lines going out from the centre there, and again I'm just going to use my water brush to blend those out a little more. Now depending on the cardstock you'll get a different look for this. If you use a rough cardstock you'll get a different look compared to if you use a smooth one. That's because of how the water reacts. So it's worth experimenting with your different papers and cardstocks that you have at home with your watercolour pencils before you start adding water to your projects. So with this rose here, I've just done some dark pencil in the middle. Again, I'm wetting that down, making it more like a paint, and then I'm just going to drag it outwards to fill that flower again. And I really like that colour, so I'm going to bring some into the petals of this one as well. And then the leaves, I've got a lovely bright green. It's a lime green, so I'm just going to add a touch of this to the base of each of the leaves and do exactly the same again. Wet those down, and you can see there the white embossing is actually acting as a wall, a guideline for you, and preventing the colours from flowing from one into another. So you've actually got some really neat colouring there. Now you don't have to use white, you could use another colour, silver, gold, black. You could actually use a coloured embossing powder if you've got it. I like the pastel effect of the white embossing powder there. I'm just going to bring a little bit of that green in and around here as well. So there's one of my flowers. I'm just bringing that green out a little bit. Now I'm actually going to be cutting around this, so I'm not worried about the edges too much, but I'm going to trim around the edge of this one, and the same with this larger one as well, and then we can place them on the card. So here's my 2 stamped floral images, and I've cut them out really close to the embossing line there and made sure I've cut inside the image as well where I needed to. I used some really sharp embroidery scissors actually for this, as it's very, very fine fussy cutting, and by going up to the edge it didn't matter if I'd gone over the edge with my watercolour. So you can see that when we place them on the card, that is a stronger colour than the background and they'll stand out. Now before I stick those down, I want to stamp a sentiment, and I've chosen one of the sentiments from this Pink Fresh Studio exclusive stamp set that's with the magazine issue, and I'm going to choose Thank You. Now there's lots on here that I can choose from, really, really beautiful designs, but I've chosen Thank You. But what I've done is it comes in a strip, as you can see. I've actually used my scissors and I've cut between the word thank and you, which you're absolutely free to do, but this then leaves me space to be able to maneuver this on my card a little bit more, so I don't need a long space for it. So I've put it down onto my card where I want it, and then I'm going to press my acrylic block onto there to make sure it's stuck onto the block where I need it. So just pressing that down there. The stamp's clean at the moment, there's no ink on it at all, and then that is stuck where I need it to be. And I'm going to take a black now, and the reason I'm now using black against all of the pastel colours that we've had so far is because this will really stand out. It will be quite striking, so it will be lovely. Let's just press that down where I had it before, sitting perfectly against those embossed flowers. Now don't forget, you can't stamp very easily over the embossing because that will resist the ink, so you need to stamp on the cardstock instead. So I've worked my way around those flowers. So now with these florals I'm going to use some foam pads. They've naturally curved a little bit because of the water from where I was doing the watercolour colouring, so I'm leaving them like that. I don't want to flatten them out, so I'm going to apply foam pads to just the centres of the main images here, and nowhere else, because I don't want the leaves and the petals all stuck down flat. I want them to be curved still and lifting up. Just making sure that as I'm sticking this down, although I'm overlapping the card at the edge here, I don't want anything overlapping at the bottom, because if it overlaps at the base there, then my card won't stand up. And then the smaller ones I'm going to put at the top corner where we did the rest of the colour. And I don't know if you remember, when we did the colouring in the background, I wasn't worried about this corner, I was more worried about the edges here, and that's because this is going to come over the corner anyway, like so. There we go. So there's a pretty embossed card with layers, with a subtle background and those stamped flowers in the front.
£12.97, that's all you're paying for those wonderful magazines and all of the goodies. 465441. Now I'm going to be quite zippy on these next couple because we've got another demo to show you. You can go for your sewing magazines, oodles of projects, but again I want you to see the goodies that you're getting. Look at all of these patterns, that's cool. You've got this wonderful dress here, or look at all the different ways you can make it as well. You've got a wrap dress. Again, you're not paying for these. You've got fabulous skirts, trousers. You see how you can make them into shorts too. More, still going. Look at that lovely flowy skirt, if that's a word. Another wrap dress. How cool is this? And your patterns are amazing. All three of those with all of those goodie patterns for £17.97 and an £8 saving. Sorry, I've made a mess of that. 267682 is your item number. Next up, we have got the crochet set of magazines. Again, loads and loads of inspiration, 27 patterns, 59 patterns, I think. There you go, 25 in there. And again, these goodies you're not paying for. Look at all of this, British birds to crochet. Nice. Oh, I'm not opening that very well. British birds. Look, you've got some goodies here. Nice little tin too. They're cute. Look at those for your crocheting. Again, another big magazine that you're not paying for. Oh, look, llama. That's so cute. So look at these patterns, patterns, patterns. Cute, very cute indeed. £12.97 and £8 saving for the 3 magazines and all of those glorious goodies that, as I said, you're not paying for. 883855 is your item number. You've got, wow, 111 patterns in total for you to have a nice little play with and give you some inspiration, which is what it's all about. Last but not least then, we've got these papercraft magazines. Again, I'm going to show you, look at this, 141, 137, 143, and then all of these goodies. An embossing folder with a die in. You've got loads of stamps in here, more stamps and dies with our Paola on. Amazing, amazing. £13.97, 991493 is your item number. And just a quick reminder then on our fabulous lettering, brush lettering. It's been really, really popular, really, really busy. How are we doing, Andy? Are we all right to go? Lovely. We've got one more video we want to fit in here. Here we go.
I'm now going to show you how to create your own project using one of those template sheets that we've seen within the practice packs. I'm going to go with the bumper book, so it's the big book of creative lettering, and included in this as well is actually this beautiful floral template that we can use to trace through and create our own borders and frames for whether it be our cards or our own lettering pieces. So popping the rest to the side, I'm going to choose a template, and there's a lot in here because with these you've got 32 pages. Usually the practice sheets, the practice packs are 16 pages, but with issue 7 we have the bumper pack. This is all included with your set, and I'm just going to place some cardstock, some paper over the top there. Now with this you want to use smooth paper. If you use a rough paper it's going to damage the tips of your brush pens. Most brush pens are a fibre pen, so they will fray over time, which naturally happens, but you want to prolong the life of them as best you can, and the best way to do that is to use a very smooth paper. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start just tracing over. Now I've already learned through reading the magazine that whenever I'm going downwards I need to press down on my brush pen. This gives me a thicker stroke, like so, and then when I go upwards or across I need to be using a lighter stroke, so I'm going to be going lightly like so. And you don't have to do the entire letter or word in one line. You can lift up, you can stop, and you can have a look. Now I can see through this and I can just about see where I'm going, but if you're having any problems with seeing where you're going, you could also use a light board to just help you there. So I'm going to do a few letters each time and then switch to another colour and continue. I'm using the same brush pens throughout, and these are called a large brush pen. So you can switch up your colours as you go. Now you can either do this letter by letter, you could do this all in one colour if you wanted to, or you can actually do it halfway through a word, so do 2 or 3 letters as I'm doing here and then switch. It's entirely up to you. If you're using a water-based ink pen such as these, you can use a tiny little bit of water on in a water brush or a little paintbrush with some water on, and then you can switch your colours up like that, so you can blend from one to another really seamlessly. And all these sort of techniques that I'm discussing here are all found within the magazine, so you'll never be stuck on your own with what to do. There's so many projects, but there's also projects such as taking your lettering designs and putting them onto canvas really easily, and something you can do at home. So you can actually be then selling your makes or creating beautiful gifts for people. We've got things like resin coasters in here as well. All sorts of different projects that you can be making, even if you're a beginner to crafting. We take you through step by step. So each project has got steps with it, and they are photo steps and they are written steps as well. So there I've traced over the lettering, and when I take my template away, you can see the difference when you start to add colour in there. Now you can blend these in any colours you want to. You can then add some doodles around there. You could scale this down if you want to photocopy this and make it smaller on your printer and then print it out smaller, or even larger. Absolutely, you can do that. You're free to do that. So these are a guide for you to create the projects that you want to make, and whether you frame them, give them as a gift, or just keep them as practice, it's entirely up to you.
Lovely jubbly. So we've got a minute left. Do have a look on the website if you're just joining us, because all of this inspiration is marvellous to keep us occupied. So Lou was just showing us there some brush lettering techniques which you will get in these magazines, and with the extra goodies you're getting the 3 issues and also these bonus goodies that you're not paying for. Look at this, you've got some templates in here for you to follow, all sorts of different fonts, which I like. Oh, there's even some imagery in here. I'll have to be quick because we're running out of time. Again, you're not paying for this with your stencil and your pen. You're not paying for those templates. You're not paying for this. It's wonderful. There's so much you've got for just £10.97, £7 saving, 992-764. Thank you very much for keeping me company. I will see you tomorrow morning. Next up is our lovely Scott. Stay tuned. iCraft. Oh, I must mention, Adam tonight is doing a Facebook Live at 7 p.m. Why did I forget this? Adam, I love you. We'll see you later. Facebook Live.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring to Hochanda my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive, and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. So make sure you look out for the Character Craft shows on Hochanda. I hope to see you soon.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, a professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here on Hochanda because I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey. So join me, Matthew Palmer, for my shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Barbara. And I'm Julie. And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, been in business for 2 years, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Matte Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet Rose craft shows on Hochanda.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Good morning. I hope you're having a lovely Good Friday morning with us here and the whole team at Hochanda. I just want to very quickly say that Alex just asked me again to just a quick shout out. Adam is doing a Facebook Live tonight at 7 o'clock, so you can find him at Adam Hochanda on his Facebook page. So he's going to go live. It may be a rumour. He may be dressed as a bunny. Now, I don't know whether that's actually true or not. I heard it's either a mankini or a bunny outfit. Now, if it's mixed of those together, I can either confirm or deny what it is. If it's none of those, you may write in and complain to him directly, because it is a Facebook Live, of course. But I hope if you're watching, Adam, that you won't disappoint the nation. Right then, so it is with iCraft. We've got stencils galore for you to use. So many projects, of course, for backgrounds, for working, for your home decor, your mixed media, your scrapbooking, whatever it is, of course, then we've got the stencil for you. Great price points for this hour for you, and got some fantastic demonstrations for you as well. Now, of course, there's no guest here in the studio. Catherine is across the way on the other side of the studio as well, preparing for some more live demos for you later on. And it's the only one we've got live doing demos here in the studio. But we have some video clips, of course, of demonstrations taking place for you in this hour as well. So if you wanted to, you may of course shop ahead on hochanda.com on the website there and fill your baskets with lots of wonderful treats that you can use, of course, while we're on lockdown. The other important thing to mention is Easter, and running until 6 p.m. on Tuesday evening, we've also got a little Easter offer for you, which means that we are normally giving you flexi buy on anything £60 and above. We're actually bringing the price down, so it's £30 and above for you, and of course split over 3 payments for you, which brings those prices down, of course, even lower for you on your monthly payments. So lots of reasons why you can shop ahead and take advantage of the offers that we're giving to you this Easter. So let's start off. Now, this is actually a brilliant price straight away. £9.99 will get you 4 stencils that you can see here, which is absolutely beautiful. Here you've got the leaves, the feathers, and you've got the floral from here. Only £9.99. Really wonderful, really beautiful. Actually, I think, can I have a favourite on this? I'm not sure, but I think it's the feather going out into the birds themselves there, which are Freedom, which I think is lovely. Lovely fonts actually on the Freedom as well that you can see. If you want to put a bookbinding ring through this, of course, you've got the little hole at the top, of course, that'll work with all of those. Got the beautiful, is that a maple leaf? I'm not sure. It looks like a maple leaf, isn't it, as well? Then you've got the feathers as well. You can use them, and obviously you can alternate these and turn them around and use them in reverse as well for those. But really, really lovely. And I think it's a fantastic price as well, actually. Only £9.99. 082 333. Can I just have an update? What was that again? A quarter of the stock has already gone, actually. So really, it's a very good Friday for lots of people thinking, I want to get these and want to get lots of crafting ideas working, some Easter treats for yourself. Less calorific. as well than the other Easter treats, isn't it? So always thinking for the waistline. 082 333. Although I'm going to do a little Easter egg hunt on Sunday with the kids out in the garden as well. But some of them I might hide in ways that just won't be able to find them. But Daddy will. Right, moving further down the line, now we've got some sort of a more larger of your stencils to work. These are actually 4 by 8 inches on these, and you have the beautiful, you've got the bubbles that you can see. You've got the honeycomb, you've got circles, and you've also got that first one there, which of course your crackles that you can work with. Another, again, brilliant price point for all 4 of these, 702643, which will work really nicely. Only £12.99. You really are shopping ahead. Again, already a quarter of these, as well as a bundle of 4, have again already been allocated. Only 4 minutes into the show, so you're doing brilliantly to get ahead of the game on this one. 702643, £12.99. I'm going to do a dodgy moonwalk that way. No, I did it there so you couldn't see it. And that's the best way of doing it. 392079. Another offer under £10 for you here. These are 4/8. Now, a quarter of the stock already on the first item, a quarter of the stock on the second item. Now, these are proving to be the busiest so far, nearly half of the stock. And look at that price again. £9.99 is going to give you the trees, bricks and stones combination here working. Again, I'm sure you're thinking already of how these can be perfect for anything that you work in. And again, those different mediums, you've got your texture paste, you've got your sprays, your mistings you can work with, you've got your acrylic paints, you've got chalk paints. We've actually got some up on this show as well coming up. You've got 2 little offers for you as well when it comes to your chalk paints. So great to use, lots of different mediums to work with. If you want these, please check them out of your basket ASAP. These are going to go very, very quickly. 392079. If they're in it, check them out. Now, if you're looking for larger projects to work with, then how about these one? Now, these are 12 by 8, and these are huge for your, actually, sorry, 12 by 18. I think I said 12 by 8 there. 12 by 18 on these decor stencils, these script and Parisian, and they are beautiful. If honestly, it's like this. It makes, I don't know, Victor Hugo's Les Miserables look like a little notebook. There's so much text in here. Look at that. Look at all that for your backgrounds to be working with, or all of those little options you can work with. Absolutely fantastic, very beautiful. Again, with the floral, with the script work, etc. Every detail in here is going to give you a lovely finish for whatever you're working. Now, if you're a Freedom member, happy Easter. You've also got an offer on here as well. Means this is actually only £13.48. That includes your postage and packaging. Now, of course, regular price, of course, there's also a £5 saving on this, £14.98. Half the stock, by the way, half the stock. Now, you get both, of course, for that at 12 by 18, and that's 585689 is your item code. Absolutely fantastic. Love that. Get them in quick. Now, I did also mention we've got for you 2 of your mediums to work with, and you'll like this. These are your chalk paints, and they are weather resistant as well that you work with. So, talking you through to start with here, you've actually got 770377 is going to get you a set of 3, and these are your intense oceans you've got here. You've got marine blue, and you've also got your magic blue. So I'm just going to open up a little pot here if I can. Now, I think these are 50ml in size. Look straight out the pack. Oh, these are nice colours in here. Really nice. Let's just take. It's a foiled top. They foiled me with the foil. There we go. I can show you from the bottom side that you can sort of get a little. Is it too early to be showing bottom on a Good Friday? No, I think we're okay. Apparently the same. So let me just get these ones out. In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's get them all out so you can see the 3 of those. And these will work on all your ceramics that you've got as well. All your wood, your metal, and they are weather resistant as well. So if you are working for anything outside of your projects, then of course, then you've got them for that. That's only £9.99, brand new on the show today, 770377 if you want to go for your blues. We have a second option. You want me to get them out the package again now? I tell you what, I'm having to work hard for these 7 minutes in this hour, everybody, before we go into some VTs. Now, let's give you the pinks that you're going to hear. We've got the Grape Vineyards, we've got the Strawberry Crush, and we've also got Caprice. I think I did a bit of a rip on the box there, Matt, but don't tell anybody. There we go. Oh, these are beautiful colours. I don't think you should choose. I think you should go for both. For $9.99 for 3, you think about the deal you're going to be getting. I think these are absolutely lovely. And again, for outside projects, they'll be absolutely perfect. Grape Vineyard, Strawberry Crush, and Caprice. Only $9.99. This is for your pinks. This is your 816792. Really lovely. We like that. We've also got a few other items as well that we can bring to you on the show here. If you want to take advantage, then please do so. This is for your iCraft Silk Art Foam. Now, this is your white option. There's 10 sheets here, 30 by 40 centimetres. Also, you've got the green option. You can choose which one. So, flower shaping, flower making, for example. Actually, we've got a demo coming up for you a little bit later on. 628 601, only £10.99. Now, to give you those real detail, of course, if you're working, then how about these? These are your wired, and you've also got the thread stamens in here. Perfect, again, for all of those floral decoration work that you'll be doing. Absolutely perfect to bring those up to life. 349389, only £14.99. And we've also got for you, this is your fantastic, your styrofoam buds and your wired stems. So again, if you've been using these in the past, you've got some projects in mind where you're thinking, no, go for these, this price is only $9.99. 893205. Now, of course, if you are working with your chalk paints and you want your stencils, you want the right brush to go with it. So how about this one? Your wax chalk stencil brush, 850590, and that's only £9.99. About having the right tool for the right job, isn't it? Of course, you've got lots of your bristles on there to get a really good coverage. Now, if you are looking for some funky colours for your chalk paint, then you'll want these. These are your metallics. Now, these are 60ml each here, 097928. Now, you've got the choice of the dark metallic or you want the light metallic. They're only $10.99, of course, and you are getting 3 of each, which ones you want to go for. And actually, don't forget here, they are your 60ml, 097928, and that's for $10.99. Now, of course, the website is the place to go to. A lot of people already shopping ahead, but make sure, and certainly some of those, you want to make sure they get them checked out of your basket, because some of them I think are going to go very quickly in this hour. Right, before any further ado then, I think it's time that we can move over to Martine. We'll show you that first. We've got another show at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We've got some demos for then, and we've got some live and some demos for you, pre-recorded for you to have a look at now. So sit back, relax, enjoy it, and learn from the pros, and don't forget to check them out of your basket. Over to Martine.
For this demo, we're going to be using iCraft stencils. We've got some smashing stencils here. We've got some really small little mini ones. Now, these are just perfect for me as well because they're quick and easy. If you've forgotten someone's birthday, they are ideal. There is some lovely ones in this one, your circles, your bricks, your honeycombs and all that. They're gorgeous as well. But for these little cards, we're just going to be using the mini in this demo. It's that one. There's your brick one. I've used the clarity stick-on sayings there. And the leaf one there. And using the clarity stick-on sayings on that one as well. Okay. So as I said, it's a small card. Normally I would put copy paper underneath. But I must admit, sorry, I'm in the cabin and I haven't got mine down here. So I'm using stencil tape. This is from Sweet Poppy. Absolutely brilliant because when you take it off your card, it doesn't leave any residue at all. And it will keep everything in place. So I'm going to make a panel. So it's up to you how big you want your panel. I'm going to put another piece at the end there as well, just in case I do go off a little bit, like that. So I'm using the Distress Oxides. For this one, I'm going to be using the Ice Spruce and the Dried Marigold. Okay, so I'm going to go in with my Ice Spruce first. I'm going to load up my brush and I'm going to tap it down so the ink goes right up and doesn't just sit on the top. And I'm just going to go over the edge like that. I'm not going all the way to the top, and I'm just pulling it in. And then I like to turn mine round. It makes it easier for me. Load up my brush again. You can do this with daubers if you prefer brushes, the clarity brushes or anything else that you've got. It's entirely up to you. And I'm just going to leave that there. I'm going to turn it back round. I'm going in with the dried marigold now. And again, I'm loading up that brush. And then I am going lightly in the middle, and then I am going to start blending it all the way down. But I am not going right to the bottom, but I want it just that little bit longer than there. And then pulling it all over. So I've got a nice blend. This doesn't have to be perfect because I am going over with black archival with this one. So that is that. I am now going to take my tape off. Put it in my trusty bin down here. So now I have that panel, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my stencil where I want this. So I want it going off a little bit as well. Now, I don't want to be using the freedom bit yet. So I'm going to cover the word up there. Go straight across. And my number and my little hole what it hangs up on. Now I'm going in with black archival ink with this. The reason I'm not using VersaFine Clair is because it stays a little bit wetter for longer. So I want to go straight in with my archival. You can use a smoothie or anything. I just use one of these ones, and I keep it all the time for my black archival. And I really want to load that up. And what I want to hold my stencil down as well. So I hope my hands don't get in the way too much. And I'm going to dab. I'm not going to swish at the moment because I don't want it to go under the stencil. Not till I've got a bit of a build up there. In there. So I'm dabbing all that ink in. And then holding the stencil down as I go as well. So I want to get some base in there. Now I'm going to really load up again. And then I now, because I've got a base there, I can swish this all around. And in there, in them little birds there. Straight in there like that. Now that should do me. Fingers crossed. So I'm going to lift that off. Don't get black marks on there like I just have. But I will cover that up. If you've got one of them rubbers that take all the ink off, there's the best time to use it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go over with a Posco pen. Okay, I'm gonna, these have got a little ball bearing in them, so I'm gonna give this a shake. So I'm hoping some of that black marker disappear now. That's all gonna come out. So I'm gonna hit it with a ruler. The further down that you hit on the pen, the bigger the splodges are gonna be. If you hit it up further, they're gonna come out a lot finer. So I don't want big splodges. So I'm just going to go over like that. I think that'll do. I could do more. I do get a bit carried away with that. So that's that. Now what I want to do is I want to use the freedom part, the words. So I am going to just move that to one side. Just going to get a white piece of card. I'm going to come down the bottom there. I'm just going to take that across like that. And that piece there. So I know what will happen. And there. And again, I'm going to load up my sponge, and I'm just going to dab it first. Right. And once I've got a base down, I can then swish. That should be enough on that one. And then take that off. And I'm just going to make a little fan towels. I'm just going to hold that down. Could go across a little bit more actually. Done mine a little bit bigger because I want to cover up some ink. I'm going to keep that one straight. I'm going to go that way, that one, and I'm going to do it just your edges like that, and hopefully that is going to go on there, she says. And then I need some glue, tape. Sorry, I'm just going to use some pin flare with this one. On there, like that. I'm going to cut up there. You'll mark yours out perfectly when you're at home. Make my little edges that way. Straight down with my card. And I can put that, oh, that's good. And there you go, quick and easy card.
How fantastic is that? And I did say that was my favourite one as well, but I shouldn't say the favourite, but I really like that. Now then, I want to give you a bit of an update. It's massively busy. It's so busy. Now, we've had a lot of sellouts. While you're watching that demonstration there, we've had products that have just been disappearing left, right and centre and going. Now, we are doing our best to get hold of the people that we need to get hold of to see if we can get any more. Now, of course, we've got a lot of people that are working from home, of course. So there's very limited crew and presenters actually in the studios at the moment, of course. Now, trying to get hold of them is proving a little bit difficult, so people need to get in touch with. But rest assured, we're doing our best to get some more stock back in. But I can let you know now of what is and what isn't available as it stands at the moment. Now, the stencils that was in the demo, which was a set of the 4 that were for £9.99. Now, at the moment, they have sold out, okay? 082 333. So if you've got that, congratulations, well done. It's sold out as it stands right now, but we're doing our best to see if we can get some more information for you to let you know. Also, the shapes, the trees, the bricks and the stones, they've also sold out. 392079 at the moment has already gone. Also, the scripts and the Parisian. Now, technical sellout. If they're in your basket, please, for your own sanity on these ones, check them out now to give you a good chance of giving you. I will give you an update as and when I have that information live, of course, and we have some more information to give to you. But at the moment, they've sold out. If we can get them back, we will do. Now, the bubbles, the honeycomb, the circles and the crackles, these are now also limited stock, 702643. Again, the price points across the board in this hour are absolutely fantastic. Only $12.99. I would say if you were thinking about it, go for it. If you were thinking, well, should I if I wait until the end of the hour so I can see the demonstrations, please don't wait too long. Get them while they're still in stock, and I'll give you another update from those. Now, don't forget, we've also got the chalks, paints as well. We've got the two different options. Actually, got the metallic, light and dark as well. Get those on the website, but we'll give you an idea now, another bit of footage with some more of the demonstrations to sort of see how you might want to work with those as well. Have a little look.
This demo we're going to be using the iCraft chalk paints and the mini stencils. This is my take on this one. This isn't my design. I did get this from Eileen Godwin, and I did ask her if I could use it. And she said yes, of course. So I love this stencil, Freedom. I think it's something that we haven't got at the moment. And I think it's why it's so apt at this present time that we're in. So I've got my canvas, and I have put just some modelling paste over the top, and I've made it into grooves. This is something I found in my stash from Ranger, and I just dragged it through. Now you can see that I haven't gone in the middle too much. I've left that free because I want to put my stencil in there. So what we're going to do now that's all nice and dry, I will be using the stipple brush that they've got, the stencil brush. It is really solid. It's nice. When you press down on it, it doesn't spread out. So I do like that. But first, it's my glove. I know you're all laughing, but I have to have my glove. Right, okay. It's messing with my other hand. I'll get it all over. So I'm just going to take some off, and I'm going to... Now, this is the charcoal black, and it's really, really nice. And so I'm just going to go down the edges, and I'm just going to go a little bit on the top, bring it down, but not too much there. If I have gone over the top with that middle piece, I can take it out with white paint. So I'm just coming down, and I'm going along the bottom. In this light, it looks like because it's a charcoal, it looks like a silvery black. It's really, really lovely. Now don't forget, these are chalk paints, so a bit like your oxide, so you're not going to have a really shiny look on this. So as you can see there, you see like a silvery charcoal-y look. I'm just going to go down that edge a little bit. I'm not going to worry too much because I'll go around with black archival. And then I'm going to use some other colours. They've got some beautiful colours this time. Really like this turquoisey. Now I'm not going to use the brush anymore, so I'm just going to give that a little bit of a stir. And I'm going to put this on with just a, because I want it to go into them, on top of them grooves. I don't want it to go all the way in. If I use my brush, I mean, these brushes are ideal for the stencils and that. So just... And sometimes you can put a bit in with your finger, and we can just drag it down, and that's where the gloves come in, you see. So that one. And then I'm going to go for the bronzy colour. Just going to wipe that. And look how lush these are. Really lovely. And then I'm just going to go not going to go too mad. I'm just going to pull that down a bit. Up there. And you see, with putting it on with the knife, you can still see that texture. I mean, you can get stencils that have got the texture all in. So still leaving the middle piece white for the stencil, okay? So that's that bit. Now I've got a bit too much black there, which I don't want. So just, I use the Paper Artsy white chalk paint. And I just want to take a bit of that out. Just in there. And I might go up there. And it just gives it a bit more. Spread it out a bit. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my stencil and I'm going to put it round about there. Then I can fill in with some more colour in a moment with the chalk paints. Again, using a black archival. The reason I'm not using the chalk paint in the middle, I want this to be dramatic. I want it to really pop. So again, being careful, hold your stencil down and put your base down first. Because I've got a little bit of the and once I get the base down, I can start to swish around a bit. And I'm keeping the word in it today, in this one. Because earlier on I didn't, did I? And again, I'm going to load up quite a lot, hoping that hasn't moved. And there I'm going over. Again. Going over. I mean, I've gone straight over with my chalk paints one after the other. You will dry yours off in between. I mean, I'm just doing it quickly for you. It doesn't take long to dry. On the canvas, I think it takes about a couple of minutes between coats. Right up to that edge there. Oh, I knocked it. Let's see how we go. Not too bad. I'm happy with that. So, and then what we can do is we can bring in some yellowy gold to give it a little bit more colour. Just coming down. I'm going to bring that down there. Gone over one of my little birds. Just bring it down so it's what I'm going to do is just going to, I don't like that bit. I will take that out with white paint. But I'm just going to go around the edge, darken all that up so it's framed it. Take that round again. And it just gives it a bit of a frame. Like that. Gonna just get this a little bit of a clean. I'm going to take some of that gold out because I don't like it there. That's a little bit better. A bit out there. Bringing that down. And up there. I think I'm going to stop. Because I'm going to go on and make it muddy. But you get the idea. A bit of a difference. But that's taking more time. But that gives you the idea of the chalk paints as well. So you don't just have to use like your other inks. And then just to finish it off, again, black Posco. And then just over there. I was going to use another colour, but with the black, because I've got the image in black, I didn't want white to go over the top. That doesn't look so bad now, does it? Anyway, thanks very much for today. I've really enjoyed it. And stay safe, everybody.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Lovely to have your company. If you are just tuning in with us, a very happy Friday, a Good Friday, for lots of reasons, obviously. Of course, that special weekend. And really nice to have you here with the team, the limited team that we have here in the studios, of course, while we keep you safe, but also hopefully keeping you entertained and keeping you fully stocked with everything you need crafty to take you through. Now, we're running out of stock, to be quite honest with you. We're doing our best at the latest updates. The 4 stencil bundles, they've gone. They've sold out. We are desperately trying to get hold of people that are working from home. But at the moment, we're struggling to contact them while they work from home. But they must be working really hard. So we will do our best. As soon as we have an update, we'll let you know. What I can tell you, what we do have, though, is we still have got the art foam at the moment. It's still here. 10 sheets of this. You can have the whites that you can see here, or you can have also the green to choose from. It's only £10.99. That's 628601. 30 by 40 centimetres, 10 sheets. And say that's the white option we got live in the studio, but also you can choose from the green if you like. We've got a picture of the green that you can see as well. Exactly the same measurements and the same amounts you'll get. Same item code to go with, same price. Just choose, do you want to have the white or the green, of course. Same with colours, we've also got the wonderful colours, of course, of the chalk for you paints as well. Now, you've just seen that being used in the demo as well. Which ones have gone out? We've got 60%. 60% basically of what we have has already now been allocated if you wanted to go for the ones that you can see there. It's pretty even across the board there. You've got the lights, you've got the dark of the metallics, you've also got the blues and you've got the pinks to go for as well. Also limited on the brush, did I hear, as well. £9.99, 850590. If you would like to go for that, that is also now limited. You'll need that for your stencils, of course. Right, just to bring you back in again, £10.99. You will be getting 10 sheets of this in total. If you would like to see how this is in practice, then you'll need to have a little look at this one. But very quickly, before we do have a look at that, I've heard that Adam doesn't want to do dressing up in a mankini or a bunny, but with enough peer pressure, he will. So just let me know on my Facebook, on my Hochanda as well, if you want to see him dressed as a bunny in a mankini at the same time, let me know and I'll be more than happy to pass those messages on to Adam for his Facebook Live at 7. But we're now, roll VT.
Hi. The first demo we're going to be doing today is with the silk foam. Okay, when you get your silk foam, you get 10 sheets. They are just under a 12 by 12, which is really good, okay? So what we're going to do is you can use these on with any dyes that you want. You don't have to heat this at all. You just use your hands. The heat of your hands and the coolness of the ball tools helps it mould straight away. So what I'm going to do is take one out of the packet, okay, and then you won't cut it on one single sheet. What I tend to do is, and it's depending on your die cutting machine obviously, I do mine in 4s, so I'll fold it over and then I will fold it again. So then I'm cutting out 4 pieces at one go. Okay, so if you're going to use a plate die like this one of John Lockwood's or Heartfelt Creations, when you put this on your silk like that and you cut through, you're going to get 4 layers of each of these individual flowers, and then you have got room to move it over again. So you're going to get lots at one go. Now, with your plates, because my plates are a little bit worn, okay, I'm using the platinum here, I would put a piece of copy paper there because this is all scratched and I don't want it to go onto the silk, and then a piece of copy paper over the top just to protect it when you're die cutting. Now, you all know how to die cut, so I'm just going to leave it like that. And then what I do is I have little pots of them everywhere, okay? So I'm just going to do a couple here. So as I said, this is in 4 layers. So we will just prise them all apart. So there's 1, 2. You can mostly hear Dave out in the garden. I do apologise. 3, 4. And then you'll carry on doing as many more as you want. So now I'm going to put some ink on these. Now you can use any ink on these. You can use archival, which I'm going to use today. You can use Memento. You can use distress inks. But when you use distress inks on these, they stay a little bit wetter for longer. So your hands do get a little bit more messy. And as a lot of you know, I don't like messy hands that much. So I'm just going to go, this one is a Memento. So I'm just going to go in the middle like that. Just with my daubers, which are all on the website as well. And then going around and then just there, just to give it a little bit of a hint of a colour. Okay, now as I said, we're not having to use a heat gun with these, so I will just pull them all over, put them on my mat. And I broke one there, so I won't worry about it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull it up in the middle, these. This is a really easy flower to do. Just use your odd petal and bring it up. But what we're going to do is at the end, we're going to do them in our hands so it will stay perfect a little bit longer because of the heat of our hands. So I'm going to put some, we call them prills or arty balls. A lot of you might have them before from iCraft. What I tend to do is buy a load of the colours and I mix one up as my own colour. And I thought this was quite apt with the daisy. Okay, so I'm going to use a hot glue gun. So I'm just going to put bit there. And then I'm going to offset this one and layer it up. And then I'm going to use my ball tool and just press that down. And again, little piece in the middle, offset again, and then using my ball tool because that glue is a bit hot. It's been on quite a while now. So now they're going to be stuck to my glass mat, so I'll just use a pokey tool and get them off like that. And I've taken another leaf off, but that's fine. Now I'm going to put some bits in the centre. So I'll get me tidy tray out. Put some more glue in the middle there. And then I'm going to sprinkle them in. And I'm just going to leave it there. And it's gone a little bit flat, but don't worry about it at the moment. And then again, a bit more glue just in the centre. And a few more of them. Do put the top back on as they... Oh no, I won't, because I'm going to put them back on, aren't I? Right, okay. Shake off your excess, and then I'm just going to pull them around. Just give them a little twist. And I'm keeping my hand on it for a little while because of the heat of your hand. I'm going to put that one down there. Take the excess off there. And my glue. And like I said, I lost a couple of petals, but you will not notice. And then just, again with a smaller ball tool, when that's dry, I'm just going to pull that down. Pull all that up. It all up, even a little pinch here and there. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some more to this flower, this card that we've already done. Okay, so I think that one I'm going to cup in there, so I'll just put some glue on the back there. And then I'm going to push that one in there, just so they all like stand up. And again with this one, I think I'm going to go the other side. And I'm just going to lift them ones up, and I'm just going to poke that one in. It doesn't bother me that I can't see all my verse. I'm only missing a little bit because the flowers are my main focal point. So that will go like that. Now with your leaves, they've gone a little bit flat. There's no definition of the shape of the die because I've cut out 4 layers. But what I will do is I will go over with another green. I'm using an archival here, and I'm going to go, even though I'm on the green, I will always add another green to it. And then I am going to get my really thin pokey tool that is in the set with the ball tools actually, and it's an absolute godsend. So I'm on my hard mat and I'm going to use my pokey tool at 90 degrees. So I'm going to put some veinage in, so I'm going to bring it right the way down to the end, curving it, because I'm going to the shape of the actual leaf. And then I'm just going to go around the edge, like that, and again like that. And then I'm going to turn it around, and I'm going to bring it back down. So you've got that shape to it. Okay. Now, if you find they're a little bit big, I mean, you can get all different sizes. I just cut a little bit off its bottom, put a bit of glue in there. So this is a new glue gun, and I'm not overstruck with it. And then I'm going to put that one in there, and I'm going to squish it up in there so it sort of like lifts it up. So I'm really pushing it up in there. And that's how you do your leaves as well. So that is your first demo.
They look absolutely beautiful, those flowers. They look absolutely gorgeous. They really do. Thank you very much indeed for those. And yes, I hope you've enjoyed the demonstrations. There'll be more again later on in the 2 o'clock show. We've got some more demonstrations. I think she said at the end that was her first demo. I think we did different orders. That's the fun of live TV, though, isn't it, really? I say live TV, that was recorded. But you know what I mean. Right then, just to give you an update, we're still trying to get through to buyers. But all I would say is please make sure you tune back in again at 2 o'clock. So they are now trying to. There's contact that's been made. The contact's been made with them, and we will await the decision of what's happened at 2 o'clock. If you did miss out on the stencils, there'll be an update with you at 2 o'clock, and hopefully we'll have them some back in stock. Probably be in an extended delivery, but that'll be. I think it's Catherine that's got the show. I think at 2 o'clock. I think, is it? Oh, it's Janice. Lovely Janice will be here for you for that one to take you through. So Janice will give you an update on the stock, where we are with the stencils. I can tell you, though, they're doing very, very well. A lot of people loving the foam that's being worked with, of course, here. 628601. You've got the white, and you've also got the green option for you to choose from. Whichever one you want to go with, you're getting 10 sheets of either, 30 by 40 centimetres in size, and there's just a price of £10.99. 628601, £10.99, and just choose whether you want to go for the white or whether you'd like to go for the green option. Now, we've got the metallics for the chalk paints, which are also proving really, really popular. In fact, now we've got the light and the dark. We've got the light with me in the studio. We've got a picture of the dark. The light, as you can see here, and this is the dark that's there. Now, the dark, I think we are approaching limited... Right, we are limited now on this one. 097928, that gives you the metallic. These are 60ml jars that you're seeing here. So for the dark option, which is one of your choices, only £10.99. You get all three of those, and they are very limited for the darks. If they were on your wish list, they was there in your minds, please get those into your basket and checked out as soon as you possibly can. Now, you've also got the light that you can see with us here. So you're going to be getting the two, and you're also going to be getting the dark with the black that's in there as well as included. And in fact, through the jar, you can see that shimmer that's going to come through from these ones, which is absolutely stunning. So that's testament indeed that even through the packaging for them, you will get an idea about what you're going to get as an effect when you use these. Again, this is your light option. We've got a slightly few more of these in stock than we have with the dark, but again, I wouldn't hang around too long when you think. In fact, we have now, because the dark have sold out. The dark option has sold out, so it's now only the light, and they're not that far behind either. 097928, £10.99. Only the light option now is still available. We had two the colours that was here in the studio for us earlier on. We've got blues and sort of the pinks as well. I'll talk you through for the blues that you're going to get here. These are water-based, but they are actually weather-resistant, okay? So they work on glass, on ceramics, on your woods, on your metal, on your plastic options, wherever you're working with, of course. You've got the Intense Ocean, you've got Marine Blue, and you've also got the Magic Blue. $9.99. Item for the blues is 770 377, and I think we're approaching 80. Yeah, 80% of the stock there we're approaching for those as well, if you want to go for the blue. Now, if you want to go for more of a sort of pinks, then you'll like these pinks and lavender. Some beautiful colours here. We've got the Grape Vineyards, we've also got Strawberry Crush, and we've also got Caprice. So you've got the three options here. £9.99, 816 792 is your item go for there, and they are also proving very, very popular. 75% of the stock has already been allocated here for those. If they were again on your radar, then please don't hang around and make sure you can get those as well. So it was really, really nice. We've also got a couple of the other options that are there for you on your website if you want to have a check. Again, if you're looking with the florals, of course, you've got the beautiful wide and you've got the thread statements here. 349 389, only £14.99. So again, if you want to get those while you can, then please do. Also, the stems are available if you want to go for the styrofoam buds and the wide stems. Great to have there to work with, of course. Just $9.99, 893 205. Also, those have been very, very popular. The stencil brush, it is limited stock on there right now. So again, having the right tool for the right job, it is limited. But if you would want to get that one, then please do. Right, everybody, thank you very much indeed for being with me and keeping me company this morning. I'll be back with you on Sunday. Fiona will be here with you tomorrow instead of myself. We're doing that whole thing, getting out of the house, escaping. Never been so happy to put into an empty car park, which is lovely. I'll be there on Facebook also if you want to drop me any message. If you want me to help you try and get Adam to wear a bunny outfit tonight for his Facebook Live at 7, then let me know. Janice is coming up for you later on, but please stay safe and enjoy your rest of your Easter weekend. Ta-ra for now. Yeah, get ready, everybody. It is your Zuri Hour coming up for you next. Then, of course, we've got the one-day special with the Moda, beautiful fabrics there. And then Be Your Creative Best as well with Circuit, all here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. This has developed my drawings into a series of photopolymer stamps, clear stamps for the crafting community and the crafting industry. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me, they're made in the UK, most important to us at Picture This, and we have so much more to bring. Our shows on Hochanda, we hope to make them informative, amusing obviously, entertaining, but mainly it's about bringing the creative spirit to you. Make sure you tune in and watch the Picture This shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. I've been working closely with Crafts2 on the development of the John Next Door brand and also working with their fantastic range of products. I'll be bringing you some fantastic shows that are combining the John Next Door and Crafts2 products. We'll be sharing things like the press cut dies and some of the Find It media and some of the other fantastic tools, accessories and other products that Crafts2 bring to everybody at home. I hope you can join me on my crafting journey and learn some tips and techniques from me that I share with you. So don't miss the Crafts2 shows with me, John Lockwood, on Hochanda.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together, and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, Get Inspired on Hochanda.
Welcome to Hochanda's Easter Extra Flexi event. Join us from 6 p.m. Thursday the 9th of April to 6 p.m. Tuesday the 14th of April, as we'll be offering you an extra special treat to help ease the cost of your Easter purchases. All of your crafting favourites will be here with us, celebrating the Easter break by demonstrating and showcasing their latest products. So, not only will we reduce the flexi basket value from £60 to £30, but you will also be given the opportunity to spread the cost of your purchase over 3 exciting flexi buy payments instead of 2. So get cracking and take advantage of our Easter Extra Flexi event from the 9th of April at 6 p.m.
Always makes me laugh, that little bunny rabbit. Up, up and away. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're well. Yes, we are in the midst of our extravaganza event. That means if you buy anything and it comes to £30 or more, you can divide the cost not just into 2 payments over 2 months, into 3 payments over 3 months. It's a great way to buy, it's a great way to spread the cost, and it enables you to get what you want when you want it. So, shall we start? We had an incredibly busy show this morning with Catherine and our lovely Alex, and I'm sure we're going to have a busy show today. So it might be an idea to get things in your basket so that when Catherine goes through her demonstrations, you can check on out and enjoy the demonstrations. Right, what do we have for you? These molds are absolutely magnificent. When you see the samples that we've got laid out around the studio, you will see just how beautiful these are. Now, they're food grade safe as well, so that means you can use these for your chocolate, you can use them for your fondant icing. Imagine a cake. Oh, what was that? That was our Scott bed. That was a little subliminal message. Not thinking of marrying Scott, I think he's already married. But what we've ap for you are some great deals. Now, you get to choose, and if you can't decide, there is a complete bundle for you that have been very, very busy. But for £18.99, you can choose one of the ones that you see right there. So you've got Lexus, the Elven Horse. Look at that mane, isn't it beautiful? And I do believe that's a flower in there as well. You've then got the Swan, and that's the Swan Dream with those beautiful flowers and the wings outstretched. And then you've got my favourite, which is the Rising Phoenix. Now, that did sell out this morning, and it is back on extended delivery, dispatching from the 22nd of April, and everything else is being dispatched from the 20th of April. So it's not long to wait. But I do say don't wait to pop these into your basket. We've also got another 2 for you to choose from. It's a different item number. We'll bring that up on the screen now. You've got your owl right there. And that's your owl tails. I'll be seeing you. And then you've got those beautiful butterflies. These are absolutely incredible. I'm going to show you a couple of samples, and then I'll introduce you to Catherine, and she'll take you through your demonstrations and tell you a little bit more about Zuri. But I just wanted to show you a couple of these samples first of all. This one's by Joe Channon, working very hard and also feeling a lot better. So if you are watching, Joe, much love to you and Mark. But isn't that sensational? Giving you the ability, of course, to use your different colours on your clay. And remember, these are also food safe as well. Now, the butterfly dance is now limited stock. That's on its own. The butterfly dance is now limited stock. Oh, I do like this sample. Is this one by Catherine? Oh, this one's by Joe. Oh, that is lovely. But Catherine's done some great samples too. Just so happens I've picked these up as well. Actually, I wonder if we could probably... There she is. There's our Catherine.
You have got it upside down, though.
I've got that upside down. There you go. Where's it? Oh, now I can't find you now. I've put it upside down. Oh, well, never mind. You'll see Catherine in a moment's time. The butterfly. The butterfly dance has sold out individually. That's now gone individually. However, if you want the complete collection, that is available to you. We'll change the details on the screen. So many of you are going for the complete collection. And why don't you treat yourself? Because you can spread the cost over 3 months. So that £88.95 will be divided, if you choose to go for that, at £29.65. Remember, Freedom members, there's no P&P to pay. Now, as promised, we do have Catherine here. And what Catherine can't do with these moulds, well, it's not worth seeing. She's absolutely incredible. What Catherine can't do with her hands, as far as craft is concerned, well, it's spectacular. And Catherine is here, so I'm going to move out the way. We've been waiting for this for a long time now, to separate us. It just so happens we need to be 2 metres apart, but I'm still here, but just over the other side of the studio. It's an incredible deal, everyone. Please take advantage of the Flex Extravaganza. And I went all posh then. Now, that complete collection, it's limited stock. Oh, wow. Right, let's hand over to Catherine. We best do this pretty quickly.
Oh, dear me. Right, yes, do not miss out on this. The fact that you've got those 3 payments instead of 2 as well makes all the difference, doesn't it? Let me just tell you a little bit about Zuri. Based in the US, a lovely lady called Sophie and her husband set up the business. It's very, very new, I've got to say. They're so busy already, you know, rope friends in, but they're still holding down a day job as well. But I've got to tell you, the quality of these moulds is absolutely exceptional. Now, we've got various different clays on the show for you as well. I'm just showing you the depth of these moulds. Very flexible, but very sturdy. I mean, these are meant to last. These are going to last a lifetime. Food grade, as Johnny said earlier on, so remember, if you are going for food and craft as well, then it's best to have a set for each. Don't cross-contaminate those. But just a little bit more about the moulds themselves. Not only the food grade, also you can put them in the freezer. They will withstand temperatures that are very cold, but also very hot as well. In fact, if you like your polymer clay, which is an oven-baked clay, you can actually bake the clay inside the mould in the oven. Now, I prefer to take my clay out, but there are times sometimes where you might find it easier to bake the clay within the mould. Well, you can do that. I think it's 474 degrees Fahrenheit that these will go up to. So incredible, incredible moulds. Just a little bit more about the detail I'm going to show you as well, because our lovely horse, we're going to be working with this one throughout the hour. Well, not throughout the hour, but during the hour. I just want you to look at the detail on this. Look at the top of the head. That is no ordinary mane, is it? Look at that. You've got some mystical creature there that forms the mane. That is our elven horse. It's Lexus, our elven horse. Now, another thing that I am going to be working with this hour, and yes, I'll make sure I get it the right way up. Actually, I've got to give credit to Mark Channon as well, because Mark made a lot of the samples with Joe's help. But this was done by Mark. Now, that swan, one of my particular favourites, although I haven't really got a favourite, I love them all. I love, love, love that one with the flowers in there. You can see the flowers have been taken out as well. But let me just show you a contrast, because, just before I show you this, the complete collection has just sold out. That means we only have the individuals left. The butterflies have gone individually. I'm going to have to move that one out of the way. Oh, that's one of my demos gone then. But let me just show you, because I want to get to demo as quick as I can, the difference between these two samples, so I can put them together. Do you notice the wings on the swan? There's 2 on one of the samples on this one. I'm going to show you how to do that. So do think of ways of course, adapting the moulds as well as using them just as they are. Now, lots of clays on the show, as I say, as well, so I'll talk to you though about those as we go through the demonstrations. So I think we're going to pop over to the website. We'll have a look at everything there. Well, I'm saying everything. The complete collection has gone. It's sold out. So individuals are the only ones that are left now. Air dry clay, now this is a great buy, £9.99 for a 200 gram block, but if you want to save some money, go for the double, the twin pack, 400 grams for just £17.99. Then we also have the Hearty Soft, the pick and mix in the colours, Medina polymer clay, which is air dry, I'll talk to you about that, and also we've got the Feefo soft modelling material, which is the oven bake, which is one of my all-time favourite clays, which I'll talk to you about as well. Right, back to the demonstration. So I'm going to start with the basics. We'll go with the Hearty first of all, and I'm using the white. We have got the colours. Oh, I promised to show something earlier and I forgot. There is an end of call item, which is this colour chart and colour mixing gadget. So you get the full chart. So if you're ever worried about mixing your colours, or you need to mix something and make sure you get the same shade again, it gives you the guide of how to do that. So you've got those little pods, so to speak, within that. So you just fill those with clay and you get your different colours. It's really, really handy if you want that. End of call, so check out your baskets or speak to customer services when you're checking out, and you can add that in as well. Now, the white polymer, the white Hearty clay. I'm just going to show you this first. When you take this from the pack, give it a good stretch. I've got an awful lot of it here. I'm going to put some to one side. Give it a stretch. It will be a little bit fibrous to start with, and the more you stretch it, the more the moisture releases and it becomes more stretchy, more elasticated, more malleable. It doesn't feel sticky on your hands. It doesn't leave a residue. This is professional grade modelling clay. It is seriously an absolutely amazing clay. Now, because I've done that and I've made it more malleable, sometimes it can be a little bit tricky when you want to put it into your moulds because you've made it too sticky. So what I'm going to do first of all is show you with one of the moulds what not to do, because I think it's quite important, and I'm going to do this as quickly as I can. So if I get our horse, Elvin our horse here, and oh, I've just heard this is a limited stock. This is my demos going, stop it. So I'm just going to put a little bit of clay in here. I'll not be too precise with this because we're going to do it again a little bit later. So what I'm going to show you here, because that's quite wet, let's just do this top bit. When you come to flex your mould, and I'm just going to squash that down with a rolling pin, if your clay is too wet, when you flex your mould, can you see what's happening there? If you look at the top here, it's kind of stretching with the mould. It's not popping up, it's not coming out. It's kind of sticking in there. You are going to have problems getting that out. So I'm just going to scrape that away. Get all the bits out. So what you can do, what I suggest you do, is roll out your clay. It doesn't matter if you've got a bit too much. You can revive this with water if it gets a bit too dry, as long as it's not totally dry. Roll that out and let the air get to the surface, okay? Give it a flip over, just a few minutes, that's all it takes, and then go again. If you're really having problems getting it out of the mould, then you can let it dry in the mould a little bit longer. Now, I'm going to put that to one side because I'm going to come back to that, but I am going to work with our swan. Hopefully we've got stock of this one. Please say yes. Yes, we do at the moment. I love, love, love this. Oh, the Elvin horse is sold out. No, what am I going to do now? Right, okay. I've already worked with this one. I've already got some clay in there. We'll go back to how to put the clay into the mould. Now look, because that's drier, look how that's popping out. Look how easily that's just come out. That's the difference between your clay being too wet and being just right. There's still a lot of drying time needed there, but look at the detail we've got in this. It's just incredible. It really, really is. But I'm going to take this a step further. So I'm just going to pop that to one side. You can do exactly the same thing, by the way, with your polymer clay as to what I'm doing now. Polymer clay, the Feefo polymer clay goes in the oven. Now I'm going to come back to that because we're going to work with it in a little while. Now, another tip is to use corn flour or cornstarch in your mould if you're using the air dry as well, because it helps it not stick. What I will say to you about corn flour is when I'm at home and I'm doing this, I don't usually put it into the mould because I let the clay dry enough that I don't need it, but to safeguard you can do that. Now what I'm going to do now is feed in some of the air dry clay, and I'm not doing the whole amount. I want to get my flowers and I want to get the wings of the swan. I'm not worried about the head, so I don't have to do the whole mould. Just picking out 1 or 2 areas there. So now if you roll over the top and it's not touching, it's because you need more clay in there. So you can see as I go over the top there, and you can see how it starts to flatten it down. Oh, the Phoenix has just sold out. I'm so glad I did that this morning. 7 o'clock this morning, if you get rewind, you'll see me working with the Phoenix. That means we've only got Swan Dreams left and the Owl Tails. Oh dear. Right, thank goodness you've not sold out of the Swan yet. Right, now what I'm going to do, again, just take that out of there so you can see I've got certain areas. I'm going to take my scissors then, and I'm just going to cut around. Let's just take this area first. I'm going to try and save some of that flower. Just take that bit away. Just snip around. You can decide where to go. So you can cut the clay when it's wet or dry. Now I'm suggesting do it wet because if you do it when it's wet, all the scraps can be reused. There's no waste. Now I'm going to add this to the back of my swan. Now because I've got cornflower on there, it doesn't want to stick very well. So what I would suggest is if you've got cornflower, either add some water, or you can go, if I can find where I've put it, a little bit of PVA glue. I don't normally add glue, but you can if you need to. So I'm just going to put a little bit on the bottom of the wing there and decide where I'm going to place that. I think that looks quite good. Now because if I let go of that now, that top wing is just going, you can see it moving, it's going to fall. You can prop it up now. A bit of tin foil would work, kitchen towel would work, but my favourite thing is just take a ball of clay and just sit it underneath there. Don't press it on too far, you can take that out later. Don't press them together, and that's going to hold that wing. You can see it's now not moving. So there we've got our swan with both wings, and then I'm going to go back in. I did have a flower, I think I've scrunched it up. I'm going to go back in and just start to pick out some of the flowers. So again, look at the detail there, just by pressing in with my fingers. And then rather than trying to be too precise, I prefer just to snip around with scissors, remove the excess. And you can actually snip into the petals a little bit if you like. In fact, I'm going to do that there, just so we've got a little bit more movement. Let's just take that bit away. And then I can start to overlay onto my flower and start to build up a little bit of movement, a bit of depth. I'm going to go with one more layer on there. Oh, 80% of the stock has gone of Swan Dreams. These are going quickly. They're going very, very quickly. So we've only got Swan Dreams left, and we've also got Owl Tails, which thankfully I've got prepped for another demo. I was going to do the horse, but it's gone. Right, so just, obviously at home I'd take a little bit more time doing this. But because they're small pieces, they're actually holding the shape without propping them at all. So now I've got a much more dimensional flower there. And then you could even pick out some of the leaves as well. So just on the side here, I've got a couple of leaves there, which are quite nice. So do look at ways of changing the way you use the moulds. So for instance, if I want, let's have a couple of leaves coming out from that side, so we're extending on the flowers there. Let's just go with one more so you can see the full effect. Which is the same one again there. Just snip away any excess again, and I'm going to pop that one just underneath there like that. So I'm just really accentuating what's already there. Now if you wanted to shape this, being air dry clay, it's very, very easy to do. I'm going to bring this in actually. This is what I did at 8 o'clock this morning. I didn't stick it on the vase at 8 o'clock this morning, but I told you how to do it, and I'm going to go through this again. This is the Phoenix, which sadly is sold out. But if you want to shape the air dry clay, I've got another vase that I've not painted yet that is exactly the same. which I would then just lay my clay onto and allow it to dry. Let it shape round. Make sure you support that wing a little bit more if you need to. But as that dries, that would then dry to the shape of the vase. So when you've painted it, you can then... Oh, if only you could see Janice. Somebody's got to get a camera on Janice. What is she doing? It's an Easter bonnet? Yes. It's an Easter bonnet. Oh dear. Do you know, it has been quite lonely in the studio because of the social distancing. But it's nice when you're here as a guest rather than just a presenter, because then you do have another presenter in the building somewhere, which is really good. Right, let me just show you another idea with that one as well. This is just a pound photo frame that I had. And if I put a nice background in there, just put that on there like that. Imagine that could be a nice wedding photo or something like that. How about just going with your swan in the corner of a photograph frame instead of a vase? You could also go with your black polymer clay or your black hearty clay and go with the black swan, which also looks very nice. So you've got choices there. Do think about, as I say, using the moulds in different ways, just using the flowers, just using the wings, if you want, of the swan as well. So that's one way of working with the moulds, with the air dry clay. But we've got more, of course. We've also got on the show, I know this mould has gone now, but I'm just going to show you this clay. We've got the air dry polymer. Now the air dry polymer, when you take it from the packet, it says white on it, but it's kind of an off-white really. It is so robust, so strong, it's almost unbreakable when it's properly dry. Now I did this in between the shows, so it's not properly dry. But again, you can shape that around. You don't need to put this one in the oven. You can colour it and paint it and use all your different mediums on it, however you want. And again, I'm just letting that sit until it does dry, so it's taken the shape to the little jar that I've got there. Now 70% of the air dry polymer has also gone. Another reason I use the air dry polymer, I like upcycling furniture, and quite often I use moulds to make motifs and things for my furniture. It's very, very robust. Air dry clay is great, it's lightweight, great for your cards, for your projects, it takes all the mediums. But if you want something that's likely to take knocks, you want something tougher. So the air dry polymer is a really good choice for that. The other good choice is the Feefo soft, and I do want to bring that in because what have we got left? We've got left, oh, only the swan and the owl, haven't we? I can't do the, I've already got the owl done. Do you know, I'm just going to show you again with the swan, with the air dry, and then I'm going to move on to the owl. Don't mix your air dry up with your polymer because they're completely different. Right, so Feefo soft, let me just talk you through this if you missed the show earlier. It says soft, but it's not as soft as the hearty. It's a completely different sort of clay. What you need to do with it to use it is condition it. And to condition it, it basically just means warm it up. So at home, I would use a pasta machine and I'd roll it through the pasta machine. I also mix colours that way. I do blends, I do special techniques with the pasta machine. But because a lot of people won't have that, I'm not using any tools, I'm just going to use my hands. So all I'm doing is rolling it backwards and forwards onto the glass mat, which is softening it up, it's warming it. Now my hands are very cold, they always are. Some people have really warm hands, you'll probably find that it warms up quicker if you've got warm hands. But what you're looking for, when you know it's conditioned, just roll this again. We just do a nice long sausage so you can see. Right, if I let that just bend, or give it a twiddle round, if it's not cracking, if you're not seeing it split in half and it's not breaking, then you know it's conditioned enough. If it splits, if it breaks, you need to warm it up some more. So with the polymer clay, let's just pick out a little bit of detail in this swan's wing. What I tend to do is just roll out a little bit into a sausage shape so it fits a little bit easier, and then again just press into the mould. Now I haven't gone with any extra corn flour in this. This should come out on its own without any worries. It's a little bit firmer, so if you wanted to use a tool you could do. Just going to do the wing here. You can go in pieces, you don't have to go in one go. You can break apart the pieces and do it in small stages. Just make sure that you pick up all of the detail. Now I'm just going to use the rolling pin there, and again, make sure you really compact that down because that's going to pick up all the detail. So I've then just flex the mould and gradually ease that out. Just look at the detail that you're getting also with the polymer clay. And because it's polymer clay, and I know this is now, oh no, I've got a swan as well. We've got the phoenix here as well. It's hard. It's been baked in a normal oven for half an hour at just 110 degrees, or half a mark if you're gas. Very robust again, a little bit heavier than air dry clay. You can do all sorts with it. You can sand it, you can drill it, you can add all those different mediums. Now because we haven't got the phoenix left, I'm going to have to stick again with our swan. This is polymer clay, and I did exactly the same thing as I showed you with the air dry. I shaped it to my vase. Now what I did, because the clay bakes at a low temperature, 110 degrees isn't a lot at all, that's centigrade. You can put glass obviously into an oven. We get Pyrex dishes and those other makes, but you can shape. If I just turn that around, you can see the shape on the vase, so that's taken to the shape perfectly. And then if I bring in the vase that I've already decorated, you can see then that sits beautifully, and just look at that, and that is really robust. That is going to take some knocks. You can still put your finishes on it, but it fits perfectly. I'm actually going to just glue this in place and show you a little bit about decorating this up now, but I'm keeping it quite neutral. I'm not going to put too much colour on there. I'm using a good PVA glue for this. You could use silicone or something like that. Now what I am going to do, this is going to be the back of my vase. I've got the phoenix on the other side. Just going to put that there, and I'm going to grab one of the moulds to stop this rolling around, hopefully. Now then, normally let the glue dry first, obviously. I haven't got time to do that, so we're going to do this with that a little bit wet, so it might move around a little bit, but try to let that dry off properly. Now I'm just going to pop that to one side a second while I get my paint. I'm bringing in, now this is a Viva Decor paint, it's the chalk paint. You can use any acrylic. I tend to go with black normally, but this is actually a anthracite, which is a dark grey. And what I'm going to do is get a little bit of the paint and add some water to it. Now I did this again on the 8 o'clock show. I'm actually having this, there's no set amount, I'd say definitely half and half, but you can have it a little bit thicker, a little bit more wishy-washy if you want, it depends. And what I'm going to do is bring the detail out on the swan. So I'm going onto the swan itself, but I'm also going to go around the edge of the swan onto my vase. Now I'll just do a little area to start with, because you can do this in stages, you don't have to do it all in one go. Let's just do a little bit more. Don't want to go too far out with the paint, but I do want to sort of go around the edge of the moulding itself. Then I need to find my wet cloth, and this is just a damp cloth. Don't use anything that's got lots of fibres on it. And I'm just wiping away as much paint as I can, but of course where you've got the detail, where you've got those crevices, then it's going to sit in there. Now also I'm going to do the same thing around the edge of the swan. So it's kind of taking away the majority of the paint, but it's leaving a bit of a shadow. But you need to do this quite quickly. If you let it dry too much, then it's not going to come off. You're just going to be left with a solid line around the edge. Now you keep doing that. As I say, probably best to do it in small areas to start with, rather than doing the whole thing in one go. Just going to get a paper towel and go over the top as well before it dries anymore, which is really bringing out the white in the clay again, but it's starting to really pick out the feathers there, so it's bringing that detail to life. And actually I quite like it just as it is with that detail there. I know we've sold out of the horse, but I did say earlier on that I would show you what I was doing with that, because I've had another sellout. The swan's gone. Does that mean we've only got the owl left? Oh no. Right, okay, I know we haven't got the horse, but I did say I'd just finish off in the same way, because it's easier for me to do this flat. Exactly the same with every single one of the moulds. I'm going to bring the owl in a second. The owl I've got is done in the hearty black. We've got that on Pick and Mix, remember. again, just wipe away the excess paint from the top, work in small stages, try and do a better job than me, try and get really into the crevices, you want to get right into the detail. And then I'll wipe over the top with a paper towel. Now this is, again, this is polymer clay. The horse I'm using at the moment is polymer clay. The polymer clay is about to sell out as well, apparently. I do want to show you the difference between the air dry and the polymer, not just the weight of it and the fact that it's more solid. This one that I've already done is air dry clay. Look how the detail comes out with the wash. You can see every muscle in the horse's face. But of course the air dry will shrink to an extent as it dries because there's moisture in there. So you can see the difference, both from the same mould, but the polymer is going to stay the true size, whereas the air dry will shrink slightly. The air dry's sold out. Right, okay. What have we got left, Ross? We've still got an owl. Air dry polymer's gone. The twin pack we've still got. The air dry, the hearty soft, we've still got. Right. We've got the coloured, the pick and mix as well. And we've got some Feefo for you. So we've got the white and the black in the Feefo, which I've just been working with. The white's very vulnerable, that's going to go. Let me talk to you about the black Feefo, because now I'm running out of samples now that I can use. These are also made with Feefo. Okay, so this is the butterfly mould that I know we've sold out of it, but we can do the same with other things. In fact, let me do it with the owl. Let me bring it in. I'm doing something now that I shouldn't really do, but I've got no choice really. The owl's limited stock. The owl is limited stock. Right, okay. I'm running out of things to show you because I can't use what I wanted to use. So again, the same thing. You are going to, of course, condition the clay. You're going to soften it up. Everybody laughs at me when I say it, but those that have been to my clay workshops know it's true. There are times we put our clay in a plastic bag and we sit on it to warm it up while we're doing other things because it works. Don't ever put polymer clay on a hot radiator or intense heat because it bakes at 110 degrees centigrade, in fact lower than that. So I'm just warming this up. I'll probably not condition that quite as much as I should, but for the speed of demonstration I'm going to make it work. Okay, so I'm pushing the black clay, just going to pick out the head of the owl here. Again, if you just want a certain area, my tip is go with more of the mould than you need, or more of the clay than you need, and then cut it down. Now, the other tip is, and I'm sure I have said it, when you press the clay into the mould, make sure it's nicely filled. If you can go over the top with a rolling pin, it's best, because you know it's pushing down the clay and it's picking up every bit of detail. Doesn't matter if you get too much, because you can take it away. So you can see there, as I press down with the rolling pin, and we're seeing that flatter back there. I know it's black, so it's a bit difficult. I can then see where I've got too much clay, and I can just scrape it away. Same principle with the hearty. And then when you've got the area that you want filled, whether it's the whole mould or just part of it, go in with your fingertip, pulling in from the outside edge, so that you can see you've got that nice outline. Flex your mould. If it's air dry, make sure the clay's dry enough to come out. If it's polymer, you can bake inside the mould, or you can do what I'm doing now, you can take it out of the mould. So if you do find it's a bit tricky for you at any point, if you've never used moulds before and it's your first time of using them and you're struggling, don't worry about it. Just put it in the oven at the temperature that's recommended on the packaging and leave it in the mould. Right, so we've got our owl's face. Now that's polymer clay that should go in the oven, but we haven't got an oven and we haven't got time. So I'm going to actually work with this just as it is. Just to show you something else we've got on the show, we've got the wax paste. We sold out of the liquid metal earlier on, which is fantastic, but these are great as well. So if you put these onto white, I'm going to just do a comparison for you as well. We've got two sets actually of the wax. We've got peach, violet and blue, and we've got green, white gold and sparkling silver, and it is a sparkling silver as well. Now the Chameleon waxes, which mean they change colour. And let me just show you why. I started this at the 8 o'clock show. We can just come in and look at these. Exactly the same colour wax was used on these. I'm going to give it a bit of a tilt. I don't know. You see, when I'm looking at the screen here, I'm not picking up the colour. Maybe you can at home and it's just on my screen. Let's see if we can come to the front. You see, I'm seeing all the different colours. The greens, the pink, there's purple and blue in there as well. But on the same, exactly the same colours were used on the black. And you can see the difference. So although my clay is not dry, I am actually going to use some of these. Oh, the owl's now gone as well. Well, I can still keep going, can't I, Ross, because I've got the wax. I've got the wax. Okay, so with the wax, you can see here, this colour I've got is the peach. Do you know what? I'm just going to lightly brush over the detail. This is unbaked polymer clay. So I'm being very, very light with it. I can still bake this and this will remain, but normally I would bake and then put the wax on. But you've got choices. You have got choices. Right, so just bringing that colour through. I'm just going to add a little bit of this colour all over, and then I'm going to bring some other colours in as well. Because you can pick the detail out. You don't have to do the whole thing, but there you can see how that's picking out every single bit of detail. I've also got with me an air dry clay owl that I did earlier. Let me just bring that in. It's not quite dry, but this is the hearty in black, so the same principle. You can use the wax on the hearty as well. Just brushing over. It's like magic. It's like those magic colouring books, you know, when you used to just add water and the picture appeared. It's a little bit like that, because you don't really see the detail until you start going over the top. Let's just bring in another colour so we can see. I'll do both. I'll do both the hearty and the polymer clay. So we've also got, where's the green one? It's right in front of me. I'm using the same brush actually, so I might get a little bit of difference in colour, but it doesn't matter, they all work together. So on the centre of the owl, oh, actually I quite like that with having two colours on the brush. Can you see? I bet you couldn't even notice that detail until I started doing that. Just almost dry brushing this then. I'm not being, if you want to go heavier you can. Let's bring that out a little bit more. Look at that. So the waxes are great for adding colour as well, whether it's onto the white or the black, but they show up more on the black. I'll just add a little bit of green to our owl. Let's just blend these together a little bit, just so you can see that you can overlay them as well. And as I say, now I'm back onto the polymer clay, onto the black polymer, the oven bake. Okay, so you can build those colours up. Just as a comparison there, I'm just going to hold that to the front, because again, I don't know if the colours are showing up quite as I'm seeing them. A lovely effect, and I can still bake that, but as I say, I would normally bake and then put the wax on. But polymer clay is a fantastic product. If you want to try it, if you've not tried it before, it's amazing. Now we have got our Easter event, of course, coming. Well, it's now. You can use it now, because you can split those payments into 3. Spending £30, we tell you all about it. Let's go to a video.
Welcome to Hochanda's Easter Extra Flexi event. Join us from 6 p.m. Thursday the 9th of April to 6 p.m. Tuesday the 14th of April, as we'll be offering you an extra special treat to help ease the cost of your Easter purchases. All of your crafting favourites will be here with us, celebrating the Easter break by demonstrating and showcasing their latest products. So, not only will we reduce the flexi basket value from £60 to £30, but you will also be given the opportunity to spread the cost of your purchase over 3 exciting flexi buy payments instead of 2. So get cracking and take advantage of our Easter Extra Flexi event from the 9th of April at 6 p.m.
It's a great event, isn't it, being able to spread the cost over 3 months, but you get everything sent to you in one go. It's absolutely fantastic. And those moulds, well, thank you everyone, and well done for getting hold of those before we sold out. I was just talking to Catherine and I thought, I wish I'd have got some now. They're absolutely beautiful, and those demonstrations really did show you what you could do with those moulds when you get them home. Now, of course, when you get them, you'll need some air drying clay, and we've got some for you here. This is your Hearty Soft, and you can choose any 3 in your pick and mix packs. It's only £13.99. These are also on extended delivery, dispatching from the 20th of April. Not long to wait. Oh my word, we're whizzing through April, aren't we? Which is probably a good thing in the current climate. The quicker the time goes, the quicker we can all get back to normal. So do stay safe as well. And stay safe indoors crafting. That's what I've been doing. It's been absolutely fantastic. So do you want to add these to your basket? If you do, and you're going for anything else on the show, remember, if your basket comes to £30 or more, you can divide the cost into 3. So colour-wise, you've got your magenta, you've got your yellow, you've got your blue, you've got your black, you've got your green, and you've got your red. If I was going for 3, which 3 would I go for? I would go for... Remember, we can paint these at any point, but you've already got the colour in there. I'd go for yellow. I do like yellow. I'd go for blue, and I'd go for black. But then I might go for the green, and I might go for the magenta. So you could go for all 6 if you wanted to, and then you'll just double that price, but then add something else to your basket to make it up to £30, and you'll only be paying £10 a day, and then another payment in a month's time, and another payment in a month's time. It's going to be entirely up to you. I'm just giving you your options and your choices. Right, talking about options and choices, we've got a double pack for you. Now, one of these on their own, on its own, it's £9.99, but you've got 2 here for £17.99, so you are making that savings. Brand new today, substantial amount here. Air drying moulding paste. Now, we are limited stock on this, 040721. I think with all the moulds that have sold this morning, it's a good idea to add either the coloured or your plain air drying clay to your basket. With this, you're getting 400 grams in total. Once opened, a good idea would be maybe to get a resealable bag, you know, like the freezer bags, for example, and just place it in there just to keep the air away. It is air drying clay, so once it's open, you want to make sure that the air stays away, unless, of course, it's being modelled and you want it to dry. So £17.99, 040721 is your item number. Now, we've got some Feefo for you. I've got some of this at home, actually, and I've been using this. Now, your white is limited stock. Are these separate? Yeah. You've got options here, the black or the white. Now, I've been using my Feefo to create canes. So I've been layering them up. A little bit like, you know, when you used to go to the seaside, I used to see them making the rock. I can't put letters in there, I can't cut it in half, and there'll be like a full sentence in there like they used to do at Skegge. But you can make and create some wonderful items. I've made some beads for jewellery, so see what you can make when you get them home. £11.99, the white or the black. You're more than welcome to go for both if you want to, but we're very busy for, is it the white? Very busy. Sold out. Sorry about that. Theme of the show, really, sold out. Now we've got black. So if you want to get hold of the black, £11.99, 277-161. Right, let's move on. We've got some nice colours coming up next. In your flakes, these are very, very nice. Now, there is a sample, actually, with the flakes that I will just lean out and grab. I'll keep my... That's my leg. Just keeping that in shot. Sorry. Also balancing myself out. So, these come in sets of 3. So you've got your darks along the top, and then you've got your brights at the bottom. They're £9.99 for a set of 3. If you like all of them, again, you're more than welcome to do so. Let me just show you the sample right here. This one has been used using this one here, which is part of your darks, as you can see there. So you've got all those lovely flakes, and perhaps mixed in with a bit of that as well. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, to place these on to your pieces of artwork, would you use a glue, Catherine? I am throwing my voice now to the other side of the studio. Or about 2 metres apart.
Depends on the material. We can demo that if we've got time.
We might be able to demonstrate that if we've got time. Right, well, these are marvellous. We do have some pouring glaze that you can use these with coming up next. So you choose, you decide. $9.99, you've got your darks or you've got your brights. Now, the pouring glaze, pour on glaze, eh? That's not going to be the only time I say that this morning. Pouring glaze, $13.99, 230 ml of that, 481148, and that will work perfectly with those flakes. Right, next up, this is something that Catherine's been using in the demonstrations. These look absolutely lush. These are your wax pastes. And we'll bring up the details here. You get any three, so you can, the top three or the bottom three. Now the colours are your peach, violet and blue, and then your top you've got your green, you've got your white gold, and you've got your sparkling silver. So you saw these in demonstrations with Catherine. $13.99. You can of course go for all of them if you wish. Take advantage of our Easter Extra Flexi event where your basket is £30. You can divide the cost into three. I know, it's fabulous, isn't it? Let's have a look at the website. You might want to take this into consideration and add some more items to your basket just to make sure that you've got the whole basket to get delivered to your home so you can start crafting when it arrives. So have a look on the website. Some of the items have sold out. It will show you that. And if you want to become a Freedom member where you don't pay any P&P on your postage and packaging, now's a good time, especially with the Easter Extra Flexi event, which started yesterday and will end at 6 p.m. on the 14th of April. You can cancel your Freedom membership anytime. Right, as promised, now let's head back to Catherine.
Right, I've got very little left to work with. Do you know, I'm improvising a bit here, but let's go with it. Polymer clay. We've still got some black polymer clay. What I haven't told you so far is that polymer clay is waterproof. It's great for making buttons with. The canes that Janice was talking about are absolutely fantastic to do, actually. It's very clever techniques, which I'd love to be able to come back and show you again another day. What I'm doing here, I'm just rolling out to a certain thickness, and I'm using the lid of one of my Galaxy flakes as a cutter. Just going to use it as a cutter, so we've got a little circle. I am improvising, as I say, but you know, needs must. I've only got very limited tools and products left. Now, another thing that you can do as well, I'm going to make a little side to my base. So I'm going to turn it into a little tea light holder or something like that. I'm going to roll again using just the palm of my hand and my fingers. I'm just rolling out the clay. Now remember, this is the oven baked type. Everybody can use it. You don't need any specialist equipment. You can put the polymer clay in your normal oven. You're not going to contaminate your food. Obviously don't cook them at the same time, but you know, there's no issues with using your normal oven. Just pop things onto a baking tray, put some support underneath if you want to prop things up like the wings on the swan. Now what I'm going to do now, I might want that a little bit thinner actually. Let me just go a little bit thinner. Got the two pieces, doesn't matter if they're not exact, because I can break this off whenever I want it. I'm going to put those side by side, so we've got them side by side like that, and I'm just going to, I'm right-handed, I'm just going to hold my left hand and start to roll with my right. So I'm forming kind of a twist, a braid, and that's just going to give me a little side to my basket or my little container. Okay, there's a reason I'm doing this. Buttons for your bags are brilliant made with polymer clay. You can make really bright, colourful buttons. There's so many techniques that you can do with it. Right, the reason I've done that is because I want some pouring glaze, and I needed to make sure I've got a little lip around my pot there. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, Janice asked about colour glues. If you're working onto MDF or something like that, then yes, you could put some glue down. You could actually mix these flakes into your polymer clay, but I'm just sprinkling some in the bottom there. I could mix the colours if I wanted to. And all I'm going to do then, I would bake that first, by the way. Obviously I've not got the oven here, so bake it once you made your little pot, bake it in the oven, then put your crystals in the bottom, your flakes in the bottom, and then what you would do is just pour your glaze over the top. Now it comes out looking milky, but when it dries, it goes crystal clear, and it will set the crystals in place and that will dry, so it gives a really, really lovely effect. So that's a very simple, improvised little tea light holder. It might not be quite big enough, but never mind. But you can see, now that obviously you can't get the effect of the flakes there because the glaze is still wet. You can use the glaze as a glaze as well, so you could use it to make things look shiny. Do you know, while I'm here, because we've got, how long we've got left? We've got just, well, we haven't got long left, have we? Let's see what happens when we mix some of these flakes directly into the clay. Polymer clay, you can mix gilding flakes, you can go over with gilding flakes as well. If you use your glues when it's baked, you can do that. There's, as I say, so many techniques with polymer clay as well. So let's just roll that into there. These will go in the oven as well. And so you can mix kind of the colours directly into your clay. I'm just going to roll that out so you can see the effect of it a little bit more. So you can make your own sort of granite effect, really. You see? So it's now in there. So using a cutter, you could cut out different shapes there. Right, I need to try and move that, which is going to be difficult with glaze in it, wet glaze in it. Just bear with me, bear with me. There we go. Let's move that to one side. What else can we show you? What else have we got left, Ross? We've got Galaxy Flakes, the wax paste. Oh, we've got the hearty, haven't we? We've got the hearty. Right, I'm going to do this then. With your end of call, you get a little chart. Now, there's different types of clay. There's an air dry Medina on one side, which we've only got the white one. Oh, we did have. Has it sold out, that one? On the other side, you've got your hearty soft. So this is your colour guide. So if I just turn this so the overhead can see it. If you want to make this lovely orange, it's showing you how much of each colour. So if you've gone for the yellow hearty, that says G on it. So all of these little pods, that's what I'm going to call them, have got letters on them. So G is this one. So if you put some yellow in, let's get some yellow out. Try and keep your clay in its original pack. Again, this is very, very wet at the minute because it's straight from the pack. So what you do, you just take your clay, pop it in so it fills up the little pod. So that's our yellow. Then I can see it says red E. So I find my red clay. Just take a tiny bit of that. So E is this one. Pop that in there. Again, make sure it's filled up. And we've also got I, which is white clay, which I know, have we sold out the white? We did, didn't we? Well, lots of you have got it then. So let's go for, where's mine? Have I got, oh, I've put it away. Hang on, bear with. Is that one of Leonie's sayings, bear with? Have I got that from Leonie? I've never said that in my life. Bear with. I'm sure that's Leonie. She's rubbing off on me. Right, so we've got I, which is the largest one. So let's go for that one there. Let's fill it up. You don't have to keep these in nice round circles. Once they're filled up, then you can just take that out. Take the yellow out, which doesn't want to come out. There we are. Take the red out. Mix it together. And that's going to give you the orange that it shows on the chart. So if you want a particular colour and you never know how much clay to use, then this is a great guide and a great way of working with it. Also, if you're making something that's a particular colour and you're worried you're going to run out of it, trying to mix your own colours without any help or any guide, you'll never ever get them the same. If you use that, you know you're getting the right shade every time because you're using the same amount. So there you can see you've got that orange now mixed. So it's really handy. I like that a lot. That could save you a lot of clay actually. Right, how long we got left? 3 minutes. Anything to show you? Right, what have I got left? I've got coloured hearty. Shall I make a little teddy bear? Let's make a little teddy bear. Seeing as I've got the orange there, I will have to cheat a bit get a bit more white. Oh, an Easter bunny. Oh, Janice is saying I could have made a carrot with that orange. I should have done the white bunny. Yeah, let's do that. Well, hang on. Hang on. I know, Janice. I should have learnt my lesson. Let's do. And of course, the heart is right. I'm not going to mix that anymore. Let's make a carrot. So a round ball. That's all you do. First of all, a round ball. It's going to be quite a large carrot, this one, for my little bunny. I'm just going with 2 fingers, sort of more to one side of that ball of clay. So you can see I'm working one side. So there, look, I've got my carrot shape straight away. I didn't bring all my tools for clay, so I'm improvising again. I'm just going to use the edge of my scissors just to put 1 or 2 little indentations in so it looks like a carrot. There we are. Let's go with a paintbrush just in the top. So I've got a little hole at the top. I do have green, so let me just get some of the green out. This is quite dark, so I would have mixed this with white, but for time, I'm just going with it. You can make, obviously with your colour chart, you've got that guide there for all different shades of green. So if you want, let me just show you that again actually, because look at these, look at all these. So you can go from your pale green, your leaf green, look, really pale ones, right through to your darker ones. So you've got lots of colours. Even things like your teals you can mix as well. I wouldn't know how to mix teal or how much to put of each colour. So it's a really, really good guide. I don't know that I've got time to make the bunny, but we can make the carrot. Right, I haven't got my cocktail sticks, which I normally use, so I'm just using a pair of scissors just to snip this apart. This is going to be my carrot top. I like to work with a cocktail stick, it's my favourite tool with clay. Right, so I'm just picking up those little bits. There's my carrot top. Let's just roll those together at the bottom. Put that in there. I'm just going to push that in with my brush. Let's just curl the tops over a little bit. And there's my little carrot.
Vegetable basket.
Could do a vegetable basket. Polymer clay is amazing for making your fruits and clay, as well as the hearty. So if you've never tried polymer clay before, we've got the black left. You can still get that. That's about all we've got left, I think. It's just the end of another hour. Well, I've had so much fun. Thank you, Janice. Do stay with us, though. Much more to come. Yes, coming up next, we've got Moda French General one-day special. Those fabrics are absolutely beautiful. Then be your creative vest with cricket. And then we have another show with iCraft.
Hi there, I'm Nick from Crafterscope. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things just for myself, but then friends and family asked if they could use them too. It was really important to me to bring something unique to the crafting arena, something that was different and something that people would enjoy using just as much as I do. I really hope you'll come and join me on Hochanda for my shows with Crafterscope.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
We hope that our products bring you as much fun, creativity and inspiration as they do to us. We love all of our products and we hope you do too. So make sure you don't miss our shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Bev. Hi, I'm Sam, and we're from Be Crafty. Be Crafty is a family-run company. Sam is my sister, and we love bringing brand new products to Hochanda. We manufacture and design all our own ranges of stamps, inkables, MDF, lots and lots of inspiration that we love to bring and share with you. If you tune in to Hochanda to join us, you'll see that mine and Bev's style are totally different. But what that does is it brings you lots of styles and techniques that you can include in your crafting too. Our ranges are increasing all the time with the lovely hand-drawn images that Sam and myself are trying to bring to you, plus the fantastic new designs that we like to bring in the inkables, in the dinkables and the MDF as well, so you can use them across all different sorts of crafts and bring the best we can to Hochanda too. So make sure you don't miss the Be Crafty shows on Hochanda.
A very good afternoon to you. Yes, the brand new one-day special hours in the morning, 8 a.m, then 12 p.m, and then final call at 4 p.m. We launch a brand new one-day special here on Hochanda at 6 p.m. Then there's another show at 8 p.m. A one-day special is all about getting great deals, and it's about having a saving for 24 hours, or as long as we've got the stock for you. My word, we have had a very busy one-day special with the launch last night with Natasha and our Paola. We will be having demonstrations from Natasha throughout the show. And we've got one more live hour after this one. So if you are thinking about it, now's a chance to get it into your basket and check on out. Because we are in the midst of our extra flexi event, then it could be an opportunity for you to spread the cost over 3 payments as well. Now, because the first item is over £30, you will be able to divide the cost over 3 months. So for £11.65 today, if you're a Freedom member, there's no P&P to pay. You can go for either option 1 or option 2 of these fabulous Moda Fabrics. Moda is luxury, Moda is desirable, and with the range that we've got for you today, this is an ideal opportunity to start making and creating something extra special. Extra. Get what I did there? These really are beautiful fabrics. Let's take you through the options. Item number 061485, and we'll go through option number 1. 60% of the stock has gone of option number 1. Now, what I love about this And you'll know, making your patchwork quilts or making any designs, it's really important, if you're going for the theme of red here, to have your deeper tones, your mid-tones and your lighter pastels as well. We've got various different patterns on all of these fabrics, and they work so beautifully together because, of course, the theme running all the way through is that beautiful red theme. Now with Moda, because we've got those beautiful designs, these have been designed by French General. Really nice story actually behind French General, and I hope I'm going to get the name right, Carrie. She started her love of designing when she actually found out she needed a hairpin. And there was no hairpins around for her to buy, so she designed her own. And then she started to sell them, and that progressed through to soft crafts. So all began with a hairpin. It's an amazing story. But now French General bring to you some amazing designs. Let's go through some of the designs for you so you can have a good look. This is option number 1. So we've got the deep reds here in the background, but you've got those beautiful floral designs on there. You've also got the really nice taupe colours in there and the darker colours as well. So if you were using this fabric on its own, you could bring in some of those colours to work with it. But these are designed to work together because you've got all the different tones that match up. The next one, a busy fabric with all of the floral designs, but will still work beautifully with the darker fabric that you saw at the beginning. Working our way through, we've got similar designs with the larger floral, but then we've got some smaller designs as well. So depending on what you're making and what you're creating, you will cut and use your fabrics accordingly. Something like this, going for a quilt, for example, could be an heirloom with that beautiful red work. And then you could actually add some red work to it as well. If you are new to red work, it's something that's been around for many, many, many years. There's also blue work as well, where you only use the red threads. That would work perfectly with these pieces right here. So we've gone through the darker colours, your mid-tones with the smaller patterns, and then we're getting to your pastels as well. That's option number 1. 60% of the stock has gone of option number 1. Let's have a look at option number 2. This is limited stock. You like this? Limited stock. Let's see what the difference would be. Well, with option number 2, I would say with your smaller patterns, just to give you an idea of what the difference is, let me grab a couple from option number 1. So if you're thinking, well, what's the difference? You've still got your dark tones and your mid-tones and not so many pastels in this particular set, but these just here where you've got the smaller patterns, in option number 1, they're more of a lighter pastel colour. That's your option number 1. So that's the main difference. You're getting your darker tones with option number 2, proving to be very, very popular. We're now limited stock. Remember, £11.65 is all we need today. That's your first payment divided over 3 months. There'll be another payment in May and another payment in June. Oh my goodness. But you'll have all the fabrics in one sitting. We'll send everything out to you, and then you'll be able to start to build and create with these fabulous designs from French General. Right, we do have a quilt kit for you. It's an amazing deal, it really is. This is what you get. You get the fabrics to create the quilts, and you also get the quilt pattern as well, which of course is always very, very important. It's brand new today. You've got a saving on that usual price. You're saving £10. It's just $79.95. 70% of the stock has gone of this. It doesn't surprise me. This is what it makes. We'll have a look at this design. Isn't that lovely? When I see this, it reminds me, I know, of the Wild West, you know, back in the day. It's a beautiful design, it really is. And it's using those Moda Fabrics designed by French General, designed by Carrie and her husband Jay-Z. Absolutely adorable. And with the pattern that you're getting in there, that is your 6-pointed star. If you are a beginner to quilts, then you can take your time on this and you can work through it. If you are an advanced quilter, I'm sure you'll love this design as well. It's the fabrics that really attract you to it. I love the white work that's in between there as well. Absolutely beautiful. If you do want to get hold of this, as many of you have already done so, your item number is 016827. Magnificent, isn't it? An heirloom or something special to make and create to hand down within your family or to keep yourself. Now we've got a happy hour deal for you within this hour. Here it is. Oh, don't those colours match that wonderful event that we've got, the Extra Flexi event. Lovely pastel colours, the blues, the purples, the greens, the orange and that lovely yellow. These are your fat quarter bundles. They're in your pastels. They're only $9.99, saving £5, but only for this hour. They're all bundled up in a beautiful yellow ribbon as well. You can keep that and craft with that if you want.